make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good one. That's a banger, and that's a banger indeed.
He hasn't got in to finish him off just yet. Runs round the corner.
Oh!
The damage!
Hello and welcome. It is time for us to move into our second Super Weekend right here on the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. My name is DK. With me is Esproxy, and we are going to be taking you through all fantasy about to unfold on the battlefield here today. Esproxy, how are you feeling today?
Super excited to see what the teams are going to be cooking up today, because we know it is the second Super Weekend, only one more after this, and for many of the teams, this is really getting down to the wire here. If they want to pick up some points, if they want to make it into finals, it starts here.
Yeah, it starts here. And what also starts here is going to be our first shout out going to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And with that, we segue straight on through into our first graphic of the day, looking to see what these teams are going to be doing and where they're going to be having to play their way on through. So first up, we are going to be hopping, I believe, up into our format. It is.
I believe so. I think it should be our format. We should take a look at the format. And of course, we've just finished the second week of league play. So the teams had the opportunity to try and re-qualify for Super Weekend, which we know there was a few teams that didn't make it into the Super Weekend, as unfortunately, there's always going to be at least 3 teams that are not going to join us and not going to have the opportunity to really pick up those points. So this time around, we've had a little bit of a shift, which is great to see. We've had a few teams jumping in and out, but I think ultimately it's really getting stressful, because especially if you're sitting out once again for the Super Weekend, you have to be stressing.
Yeah, this is going to be a big weekend, especially now for the teams joining us for the first time in Super Weekend. This is going to be the opportunity now to step up to the plate, step up to the challenge, looking to see what they can bring in and how many points they can finish off with today, but also for the remainder of the Super Weekend. They are, of course, going to be participating across 15 matches, so there's going to be several opportunities. And one of the things we know coming into Super Weekend is that those chickens are worth an extra little bit, right? So there's also a little bit of a prize money connected to those chicken dinners being brought on through. So it's going to be exciting to see what the teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield here today.
Absolutely. And again, it's that whole thing about that mental game, right? If you had a fantastic league week, you're going to bring that energy into the Super Weekend, and hopefully that's going to help you to deal with the competitive threshold that keeps rising and rising. We keep saying this, the teams keep getting better and better because they have no other choice. If they don't, they're going to have to sit out and watch while the rest have all the fun and all the chickens that, as we know, have a little bit of extra spice on top over Super Weekends. So I think for the teams, again, if you're not playing the Super Weekend, make sure that you are taking notes. Make sure that you're coming back next week and bringing all of the fire and the flames. But DK, we've had some good teams. We've had some really interesting teams jumping in. I mean, especially if we take a look at, the 2 teams that are actually joining us this Super Weekend compared to last. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so some of the new teams we have stepping up to field for the Super Weekend is going to be the players coming through from the side there of Virtual Gaming, who have just popped off so tremendously in the league play. I mean, it was absolutely fantastic to see them just really bring in such beautiful PUBG along the way. And then, of course, we also saw the players there from Intruder Africa also qualifying. And I mean, both these teams, look at where they finished after the league play. Virtual Gaming made it all the way up into second place on 93 points. And then, of course, we've got the players there from Intruder Africa coming all the way up into sixth place with 68 points, right next to the team there from G3 Temper. So some really strong performances being brought to the battlefield. Both those teams, of course, also being able to find those winner chicken dinners in the league play. Now, if we move into this next Super Weekend, the second one, right? If we look back to what we had in the first Super Weekend, as for the expectation coming into the Super Weekend is going to be much higher, because the teams will again be bringing some new strategies and some new plays over on towards the battlefield, and especially now with the addition of Virtual Gaming and, of course, the players coming in from Intruder Africa. it's going to be very exciting to see what the teams will have in store for us, at least in today's games.
Absolutely. And we said it, Virtual Gaming and Intruder Africa, they really made a statement as we started those league play weeks. And the change up that we had with the maps as well, I think also just made it a lot more fun. Virtual Gaming really showed us that they are very, very good on Sanhok. They love themselves a little bit of that jungle action. So we might be seeing a little bit of that today. But of course, the map changes again over Super Weekend. We have a little bit more of that normality. There's Erangel going through to Miramar, back to Erangel, go to Sanhok, back to Erangel. So once again, very Erangel heavy. And this means that the teams, if they don't know their bread and butter, if they don't know Erangel, they're going to struggle a little bit. So even though, Miramar and Sanhok might be their more preferred maps on Super Weekend, that's going to make it all the more difficult because we know Super Weekend points are the only points that matter to try and get you into the finals.
Well, like I gotta say, I appreciate the addition of Miramar and Sanhok, each having their own separate week of play, because it really gives the teams the opportunity now to try and find that balance when they step in towards the Super Weekend. Because we know Erangel, it's a map that has been around for so long. The teams have played this, I think, the most out of the options that we have currently for the maps, at least on the competitive scene. So Erangel, I believe everyone knows what they want to do, how they want to do it, and of course, what those rotations are going to bring. But now, looking at the procedure that we had coming through from the first week of league play, where it was Miramar heavy, then the second week being Sanhok heavy, it brought a lot of focus into those two maps and really gave the teams now that opportunity to try and bring in those additional strategies to potentially now utilize them coming into the Super Weekend. And of course, here are our participating teams stepping right up in it towards the battlefield. As we can see, it is going to be Cryptics, G3, Lusail, Team Umbra, Blackjack, Slime 4KT. We've got Darkness, Team Myth, YONKOUS, Zero Tolerance, Team Unique, Super Young Stars, as well as Masters Esports, 1 Million Esports, Triple Esports, and then, of course, Virtual Gaming. So definitely quite a few names that we saw last week over in the battlefield, but this time around we got a few more looking to step it up and just show us what they've got. But I'm not seeing Intruder on this list.
Yeah, look, let's wait until we get into the maps to confirm, because there's also a few names that are popping out to me that I'm like, look, I know I'm bad at math. I do know I'm bad at math, but I'm pretty sure we'll have a bit of a surprise when we get into the first map. So for now, let's put a peg in that. We'll talk about it again when we get into the first map. But ultimately, like we said, the teams that came through this weekend compared to last, there was a little bit of a shift coming through. Not a huge shift, I would say. We didn't see the likes of, let's say, Lusail Esports or Cryptics or some of the other teams that were really, really picking up all of the pole positions last Super Weekend drop out. But towards that second half, we had a bit of a change coming through, and of course that is just the action that we come to expect with PMPL Africa, and in large portion that's thanks to the format that we're looking at.
Yeah, definitely. As we know, league play, second week of league play already been done and completed. Now it is time for that Super Weekend. All teams, of course, are going to be playing across all 5 matches here today, and it is going to be spanning 3 days, with today being the very start of that. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities, but whatever the teams have not really dialed in by tomorrow, it's going to look to be quite difficult looking to rectify that on the final day of that Super Weekend. But again, it's not an impossibility. As we know, the teams can utilize the heck out of this point structure, looking to just not only bring in those winner chicken dinners, but also secure some additional points by utilizing the 1 point being awarded per elimination. And if we look back to last Super Weekend, I mean, the players there from Cryptics, for instance, they just absolutely popped it off. I mean, 97 eliminations, that's quite a hefty number to work with. So are they going to look to push that even further now coming into the second one? We don't know, but it's going to be a great opportunity for a lot of these teams to strengthen their positions coming in on towards the overall standings.
Absolutely. And I mean, of course, we know Super Weekends have a little bit of extra spice on top with those winner chicken dinners. There's $22,500 up for grabs across all of the Super Weekends, their winner chicken dinners. But of course, for this week, we know every single winner chicken dinner is going to award you an extra $500 that you can add in your back pocket. So the teams are definitely going to be pushing for not only the points, but the wins, of course. They want a little bit of that extra spice. But ultimately, they also need to make sure that they get themselves into the finals. Because as we know, the MVP is going to pick up an extra $1,000. And you can see the distribution of points and of money, when we get into the finals is going to be absolutely insane.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty crazy to see. But speaking about crazy and insane, right? One thing that I'm really looking forward to today is going to be what the players from Virtual Gaming are going to be bringing in, right? This is their debut coming into the Super Weekend, but we did see second week of league play, super aggressive performances coming in there from them, right? We saw so many eliminations being picked up in those early games, and then really trying to push all the way through to make it up into those later circles, with them at least having success on one of those maps, winning that winner chicken dinner. So now it leaves me to kind of beg the question is, what are they going to be bringing coming into the Super Weekend? Because we also could have quite a bigger surprise seeing the players now from Intruder Africa also stepping up, because I'm pretty sure both these teams are 100% aware that they're coming in here with a clean slate for the time being, right? And whatever they are able to secure in the Super Weekend could potentially see them advance up quite nicely through that leaderboard.
Exactly, and they need to, like we said, they need to make sure they get into that top 16. They only have 1 weekend to do that, whereas some of the other teams have already had their first weekend of Super Weekend. They've already, started picking up those points, giving themselves a little bit of that buffer zone that they can work with, or the safety net. We know there were a few teams that were really picking up points, like Team Myth, who picked up nearly 200 points in the first Super Weekend. They were sitting on 198. So, I mean, they've got a pretty good, they've got a pretty good safety net to work with.
Yeah.
So the rest of the teams coming in now, they need to compete with that, and they need to push harder than the other teams are going to be pushing the Super Weekend. So it creates this beautiful dynamic where all of the teams are forcing each other to get better.
Yep, and as we can now have a quick look at the overall rankings, this is what the teams are going to be looking to improve upon. Team Earth, of course, as you said, sitting so close to the 200, just 2 points away, and I'm pretty convinced that we're going to be seeing them break up into the 200. But I think we're going to be seeing a lot of other teams also pushing it. I mean, Cryptics, no surprise that they will also be very likely to push into 200, but then the pressure is going to come on the team sitting below them. As we can see, G3 Temper, the players there from Team Unique, as well as Lusail, and then also Team Umbra. And let's add 1 million in that. They are not that far away. The amount of points that they could be able to acquire today could potentially see them pushing well up to the very edge of that 200-point position. And of course, if we look onto the second page, again, the teams here having some decent numbers to work with, looking to see how far they can push those numbers now coming in. And as we, for instance, the players there from Untitled Esports, we're not going to be seeing them play in the Super Weekend. So they got to hope that the performance that they brought in on that first Super Weekend is going to be enough for them to still have a relatively secure position, potentially moving into that third Super Weekend.
Yeah, because as we know, it is not necessarily guaranteed that you're going to be coming back for Super Weekends. Untitled Esports is one of the teams that is a prime example of that. So for them, they must be shaking in their boots to see what Intruder Africa and Virtual Gaming are potentially going to do, because both of those teams could kick them out and maybe an extra team in the boots as well. So we'll see how that's going to shift the dynamic, obviously today, over the next 3 days of these 5 games each. And it also shows that we put the teams in a little bit more of a pressure situation, because now all of a sudden they're not used to playing 4 games a night, they're playing 5 games a night, and it's 5 games with the same teams. There's no longer that shifting dynamic where there's a group coming in and out. It's the same teams. They know exactly what you're going to be doing and how you're going to be doing. Potentially after the second or third game, they're going to be used to you, you're going to be used to them. So it's going to be about how you adapt to what they're going to be throwing at you, and if you can adapt better than the other team adapting to your performance.
Yeah, and we were talking about this before as well. Teams that missed out on that first Super Weekend had an absolutely fantastic opportunity to come in, doing some of those VOD reviews, seeing which strategies they could potentially be bringing into the field. And we already saw 2 of those teams stepping up tremendously, right? Intruder, Virtual Gaming. But now we got to see how they look to really utilize those strategies once again, as they now have the opportunity to test it out live on stage with those teams, as you've pointed out. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities for teams to go about to get those plays in, to get themselves kind of refined. And I'm expecting today again to be a little bit of that litmus happening, right? But I don't think it's going to be happening for too much of the day. I'm expecting at least that second match for teams to still just trying to get a hang of what this lobby is going to be like. But I'm expecting it around about from that third match for the teams to have a very good idea of how they are going to be proceeding forward for the remainder of the games here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to see how that's going to shift the dynamic coming through and how some of the teams are going to be maybe bringing in something new that we haven't seen. Because, of course, we know the VOD reviews are available, but that's not necessarily that all the teams that, all that they have to show, because they're still improving, they're still changing it up, and they're still working hard to put their best performance out there. So I'm very curious to see, are we going to have the same teams, rising to the top? Is it once again going to be a case where, we throw out all the stats that we had from League Week out the window completely? Or is there at least going to be some sort of a pattern that's going to continue through into the Super Weekend? It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be quite interesting. But of course, before we go anywhere else, we need to give a big shout out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG, mobile, Middle East, and Africa in 2022. Now, as we're getting ready to move into our very first match of the day, of course, we are going to be heading straight up into Erangel, the bread and butter, as this for many times before. But now there's going to be an extra element of surprise, as we know, right? We've got two teams stepping in, and that could be quite a bit of a spanner potentially being thrown into the works here, as the teams might have gotten an idea of what to expect looking at their performance coming through in league play. But we know teams change the strategies coming into Super Weekend. How much is going to change? We don't know. We'll have to see what the battlefield has in store for us.
Absolutely. And I mean, Intruder is the first team that I think of that also likes to drop on that military base island like Masters Esports. We regularly see them drop there. And now they're going to have a little bit of contention, a little bit of new contention coming through in the form of Intruder, as well as Virtual Gaming. We saw them having a little bit of a Skittles party there with some of the other teams. So I don't know if that's still going to come through today. As we know, there's a couple of alternative drop sites. Maybe the teams, the performance they were putting in League Week isn't what they're going to be showing here today, because in League Week, the focus is just qualifying for Super Weekend. On Super Weekend, it's about pushing it to the limit.
Yeah, it is going to be time to farm some chickens and, just rake in a few of those points onto the leaderboard. And it's going to be an exciting one as the teams now start to make their way on through. We can see that flight path starting all the way up in the north towards shooting range. And actually, it's not a bad flight path. It is very close to center, so the teams will still have a lot of opportunities here to move into their beloved drop locations. I do, however, foresee a few teams potentially utilizing a few vehicles just to ensure that they make it to those locations. But other than that, I don't think anyone's going to be too concerned about this current flight path.
Now, look, like I said, maybe a few of the teams like Super Young Stars might be taking some of those vehicles to get over to Primorsk and Ferry Pier, which we know they quite enjoy. I mean, for Masters and Intruders, they're going to have a nice little flight path there to get to military base if they choose to go there again. Team Unique, of course, happy in Severny, as we know they do, as well as Lusail, heading over to the northern side of Georgia Pool with Cryptics on the southern side of Georgia Pool. So a little bit of that normality coming through. We have some of the usual favorites going to their usual favorites. So we'll see how this is going to shift now with the addition of these new teams, and of course what that zone is going to add into the mix, because we know sometimes it can be so fun.
Yeah, it's a good start though. I mean, excluding that southern side, it would now rather present an opportunity to the players there from Masters Esports as well as Intruder, who we can see moving down on towards the southern side to go about their looting phase, but also have a great opportunity to potentially rotate up into zone relatively early on. Instead of waiting for the blue zone to kind of force that rotation, we could see them encroaching that western bridge, but also breaking through and maybe heading in a little bit further in towards zone, looking to assert a little bit of a dominant position in that phase.
I think what's interesting is this eastern side of the map. I mean, look, we were saying, look, there's going to be some vehicles involved, teams going to have to take their rotations, etc., etc. But I feel like this has been the most active we've seen the eastern side. We can see that already starting here with YONKOUS alongside Team Umbra here towards school, already picking up two almost off of the bats. Looks like the third was at least recovered. So hopefully we're going to be calming down just for the moment.
Yeah, and we also know, like, Morteza was our bullet magnet coming through in the league play. So I'm curious to see how Morteza is going to look to play that one this time around, as Morteza is now already getting super aggressive, just rushing straight up into school, looking to find any of those potential third-party hits, if we can call them that, coming into the rotation here of the players from YONKOUS. But so far, it seems good. YONKOUS managing to disengage securely. putting some good distance between themselves and the players there from Umbra, with Umbra already losing wasted in that trade-off. But a good start either way. Now the teams, again, just moving out, looking to respect the space a little bit more and also get themselves up before we see that next phase inching its way closer.
Is there any spots that you would prefer the teams actually taking an early rotation to?
Like Gatka is smack dab center zone. So I think Gatka could be a good potential option, right? Because if they move in there, they could find themselves not too far away from whichever way this next potential phase could be shifting, right? But if we look a little bit further down, we have a position like Ferry, we've got Quarry, we've got Primorsk as well. Now, if the zone was to move towards that southern side, that could be a good potential setup. And we already see the players from the Super Young Stars now already heading straight in that direction, because we know they like to drop in and around Ferry, Pier, Primorsk, that kind of region. So they are returning to, let's call it their home ground.
No, I do like it. I think also what's interesting is that we can obviously see that, you know, even though the competition is slightly shifting and the competition is slightly changing, we still have some of the teams, you know, sticking to their roots. It also is fun to see Virtual Gaming there towards Lipovka. We didn't get to see them much on Erangel, of course, because of the changes coming through in the league week. But when we did, they had a pretty decent performance. So I'd be curious to see, you know, now with the addition of a new team going towards, you know, that eastern side that has been pretty much untouched. I don't think I could remember a single team that really utilized Lipovka. That might be a fun one if they stick with it. And as for the rest, again, G3 Temper and 1 Million Esports joined by the HEP over towards Farm and Malta. So it'll be fun to see if that's going to start anything else. And yeah, I mean, other than YONKOUS and Team Umbra, there's no other team that has really started their engagements. I really thought there was going to be, because that eastern side looked so contested. And it looked a little bit crazy there. The Skittles pack were, you know, on a whole new level. But for the time being, it looks like everyone is calm and collected, respecting that initial space. I mean, it is the first game of Super Weekend, so some of the teams want to take this a little bit more calculated, right? They don't want to make any early mistakes.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that one. So I'm definitely going to be looking towards the players there from Virtual Gaming and Intruder, looking to see what they're doing. Both teams taking a little bit more of a more calculated approach with regards to those drop locations, playing it a little bit safe for at least now. And I do understand, right? It's their first match in the first Super Weekend that they've been able to qualify for. But now they're going to be in a position where they need to try and assess what the zone is bringing, where the teams could potentially be rotating based on the knowledge they were able to acquire from doing those VOD reviews, and now come in with a strategy to put themselves in an advantageous position in response to that.
That would be the hope indeed. I do feel for some of the teams, they obviously want to come into this weekend and absolutely blow us out of the water in terms of their performance. Not only just for, you know, potentially some of those beautiful, beautiful chicken dinners, but also they need to really pick up the points. You know, they want to make sure that, look, if something goes wrong, if for some reason we do not get into the third Super Weekend, which at any point is a possibility for any team, really, because the competition is always rising, then at least we have a buffer zone. We have enough points that we don't need to worry about getting into finals. You know, we're setting ourselves up similar to how, you know, Team Myth really set themselves up with that first Super Weekend. I mean, that was out of the water of a performance of note. I mean, picking up 4 winner chicken dinners out of the possible 15, they rose to the occasion, and they had an absolutely beautiful time. So teams are going to look for a performance like that. Literally, you know, throw our socks off performance and absolutely just blow us away, because that's the only way they're going to give themselves that breathing room. And I mean, that's just taken to a new level with, you know, Intruders and Virtual Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, like Myth, they were 1 chicken away from being on 30% success rate in the Super Weekend, at least the first Super Weekend. So there is going to be a high expectation coming into the second Super Weekend, looking to see whether or not the team sitting further up on the leaderboard are going to be looking to advance and strengthen those positions even more so. But also, as we've been talking about it, the teams new to Super Weekend, they're going to have to establish a few of those points, right? Going to have to lay that foundation, as we've been talking about. They're going to bring that in, But the same goes for the teams that have already had the opportunity but have not been able to acquire enough points, not enough enough points to satisfy themselves, right? Their own particular goals moving into the Super Weekend. And this is a fantastic opportunity because they've made it back in again. They've got that chance to look to improve that. And another team I'm going to be looking at to see also what they'll be bringing to the table is going to be the team here from Darkness, right? Because if we look at their performance in the previous Super Weekend, they were quite aggressive, right? 57 eliminations being brought in. They brought in more elimination points than they were able to bring in placement points. So we know that they possess, based on the stats, that they possess the level of aggression to secure those elimination points. Now they just got to add that extra little bit of balance into it, right? Now make sure that they not only keep up and maintain the same level of aggression, but also now look to push that through into those later phases. Because if they're able to do that, it could be some absolutely beautiful things happening for them. I mean, another team we also see sitting on 57 eliminations is, of course, the players there from 1 Million Esports, as well as Lusail, and they are sitting up in 5th and 7th position currently.
Yeah, they just have a little bit of that better balance in terms of the placement points. So they're able to, get aggressive, get those eliminations, but then also, focus on the rotations and ensure they get the best rotation and placement possible. Now, that zone taking a beautiful central shift does mean that the players here from G3 Temper, from Team Myth, once again, Zero Tolerance, and Umbra are going to be finding themselves smack bam in the middle of zone. So looking for a great position from them. And what's interesting to me is, the rotation we're going to see there from that eastern side, you've got 1 Million, got Blackjack there lurking about, taking the rotations alongside Virtual Gaming. That might be a little bit of a fun one, depending on how they disengage from that. And then, of course, the conversational piece, Masters and Intruders. How are these two teams going to take the rotation? It does look like Intruders are rather going to go through the zone out towards that eastern side, wanting to avoid any early contention as possible, especially there towards the bridge. Might be a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, and I do think that is a respectable decision to make, right? It is still the second phase blue, so they can actually afford the damage coming in from blue zone to rotate around, but I'm hoping that they do have enough meds to kind of fix themselves up. But we do see a lot of conventional points coming through. We do have the players from Lusail as well as Unique now fighting for control of that northern region within the zones. We can see Chills now just looking for a decent position to pull up into. And a very spread out approach coming in from both teams, right? We got Lusail with a little bit of a split in and amongst themselves. And then, of course, we do see the players there from Unique also now having to try and quickly come up with a counter approach to the hits being landed in here from the side of Lusail. But the rest of the rotations continuing to make their way on in. We've got G3, as you've mentioned before, moving up in towards Gatka. Myth still maintaining that very central position within the zone itself. But Unique, not looking too phased, right? They're not going to be looking to do anything too risky, at least for the time being, as we do see Scope continuing to push forward, and the rest of the team also now just kind of disengaging from that initial approach to come into zone and rather rotating a little bit further on towards that western side.
Yeah, I do like some of the moves that some of these teams are making. You could call it respect, you could call it being calculated. Either way, they do not want to make any mistakes early on. They do not want to be the first team to drop as well, because we know if you go down in that 13th to 16th position, that's 0 placement points for you, unfortunately. There's always going to have to be a few teams that have to take that hit. So none of the teams want to be the first team to drop here. They want to pick up some good eliminations and then focus on those placements, which is a worthy strategy. But looking at Slime4KT here and 1 Million Esports, of course, here towards that eastern side. Not sure if 1 Million is going to stay for the little bit of a spat that might go down. A little bit of damage has already been dealt, but nothing too crazy yet. Nothing that's worth, I guess, getting stuck in an investment here. They can still easily just pop on out, get into zone, because they have their backs to the zone. Slime4KT might have to go through them or might have to be the ones to take a wide rotation out. So for them, good opportunity for now. Virtual Gaming also rolling alongside Intruders there towards that southern side. And of course, Masters have just found themselves Darkness.
Yeah, but I gotta say though, looking at this position we have in between Slime4KT and 1 Million, it's a really interesting strategy coming in from both teams. Both teams coming in with the 3 players on the line, with the additional support just hanging around at the rear. So a very similar approach coming in from both teams. And now we look to see who's going to be the first team to try and make that play push, as we see, of course, that zone is going to be moving up now as well. So they will they'll be pressured to come through with rotations, as both of them now have to make their way a little bit further on towards that ruins kind of Gatka region, as well as Headshot Hills. We can see the players there from YONKOUS currently positioned in. But at least now, for the time being, it is going to be 1 million trying to reach across over on towards Slime 4KT. But Slime, it doesn't seem like they're too interested in getting into this exchange just yet. They are staying relatively close to their vehicles if that opportunity does present itself for them to rotate out.
Yeah, throwing a couple of nades, seeing if anything, really hits the mark. Then, look, if there's a knock coming through, then you best believe Slime 4KT are going to jump on that opportunity. But for the time being, not a huge investment coming through from them. We know this zone has shifted to 1 million esports. Also going to take their time, rotate on into safety. You can see Virtual Gaming and Intruder are just ahead of them. So they need to be careful with the line that they're going to be taking, or it's going to be a very not fun time. You can see the bullets already flying. And Dexter, not in a good time. Petrox is to the left of you, and Petrox is very good at throwing bullets your way.
Yeah, definitely an interesting development we see evolving right here on the screen. I'm pretty sure 1 million was not expecting any pushes to come through there, but I mean, this is beautiful. Virtual Gaming stepping up, already finding two more players for them to try and find those hits in. But of course, we do see that Rez about to come through now for the side of 1 million. As one shot starts to cook up the nades, tries to reach across. Ooh, Dexter getting traded off there as INTRUDER comes through with a hit. And, well, they've been able to bring at least one of their players back up into fighting form. But Virtual Gaming, they're not going to let them slide just yet. But they have to still consider where that blue zone could potentially them towards.
Oh, but I mean, if you're cooking nades like this, surely you want a little bit of that team wipes. Surely you want to get those confirmations coming through. It's only Knight and Black Lost. I mean, that's, of course, what Virtual Gaming have to be thinking right now. There's only 2 players left. They want to take on the push through, and here it comes Zeus, as well as INTRUDER are going to be looking to take out the last remaining player there of 1 million, but it's Black Lost, and he finds a beautiful trade. Oh, and a good spray. Has to be careful. Has to reset. That zone is dealing the damage with 3 layers deep, and right now, Virtual Gaming find themselves in a one-on-one scenario, trying to get that res back up, while Black Lost tries to cook up a beautiful nade that, if it connects, this could be the end of Virtual Gaming. Okay, no, it's fine. That's still a little bit too early. The res is there. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, Black Lost, he has to now commit to this engagement, right? He has no other options. It's already been such an expensive to play in, as we can see. Zeus now also just getting re-knocked. But I don't think INTRUDER is going to be able to survive this zone. One shot quickly, just ensuring that the health bar is up. And Black Lost now realizing that he's not going to be receiving too much pressure coming through from them, is either potentially looking to sneak his way around for that opportunistic play, or he could be looking for a vehicle, but I think he's looking for that angle. As Zeus now has already spotted him. You can see that quick res coming through. Down goes Zeus as the blue zone now steps up once again. And one shot, he's now got to make that decision. Is he going to try and stay for this fight, or is he going to try and disengage? At least it seems like one shot is going to try and maybe close it up. They've already been successful in picking up 3 of those eliminations. Will they succeed in finding the last one? Of course, the nades are bouncing their way on through with that. We do see Zeus now having to pack their bags, and it is now turned into a 1v1 up between Black and one shot, and that is all it takes as Black Lost steps up and closes it off. But now we see Cryptics rushing straight in towards zero tolerance. Both teams just absolutely insane play as Cryptics steps up and sends zero tolerance backing.
Oh, heavy investments coming through. That's unfortunately, some of the teams are not going to be happy with the results. Virtual Gaming, Zero Tolerance, and Super Young Stars now out back into the lobby, having to wait for the rest of the action to unfold here, as rotations are still being made by many of the teams, and Black Lost stuck in that zone. I don't know what's going to happen there. We'll see what happens with 1 million esports, but for the time being, many of the teams just on that outside part of the zone, as everyone's trying to get further and further into ruins and into the open lands that is the current zone. We can see many rotations still coming up, many teams sitting, lying in wait, trying to pick up a couple of extra kills like NNN7. They're finding Ban, and we know you want to take Ban out. He's a little bit insane with those nades, so get rid of them while you can.
Yeah, and quite a bit of congestion now coming in on this eastern side. As we can see, Intruder trying to hold their ground. We got Slime4KT also just exploring the region a little bit as we had that first knock come through on towards Storm. But the majority of the pressure that come through from the side of Umbra as well as the players here from YONKOUS. And then also we've got the Masters just hanging about even a little bit further on towards that eastern side. But the Masters are now down to 1 as Intruder are looking to rush in. Up comes those heads. We do see Raouf and Omar now trying to find a quick few shots up in towards GG next. But unfortunately, Omar gets traded off as NNN7 finds a beautiful hit. But Umbra now looking to capitalize on this opportunity as we can see them rushing straight on forward, looking to apply the pressure. 1 million, of course, not making it all too far up in towards that zone, narrowly getting taken out right before finding that entry point. But now YONKOUS are going to be looking to apply the pressure right on towards the Intruders. We can see Omar now still bleeding out. Havlik trying to roll around with the vehicle looking for the information and those angles. Up comes Aimer from Slime4KT all the way from the north. Beautiful positional play. YONKOUS very split up. It is now GG next. We can see cooking up the nades, trying to see if you could maybe find that angle up in towards Intruder Africa.
And they need to reassess here. As we know, Slime4KT is in the area as well as Masters Esports. Both teams happy to pick up a couple of free eliminations if they can do so. Coming through here from those third parties, but here come Umbra. As you said, they were looking to apply the extra pressure, and now they're on that high rise. It's YONKOUS, it's Intruders, it's Masters, it's Slime4KT. It's just absolutely crazy. So much contention happening towards the eastern side. But who is going to come out on top? We can see Umbra now coming into this one with 1 player down. So they're already at a disadvantage. They could use some very well-needed eliminations, at least, to help them in the later phases. That zone's going to close up soon. So that's going to determine how much time they can actually allow for this engagement.
Yeah, there's definitely not going to be a lot of opportunity, but they still have a little bit of that breathing room. As we can see the zone now just shifting slightly up towards that northern side. So at least for the side here of Umbra and, of course, Intruder Africa, it is going to be a relatively comfortable approach, at least with regards to rotations. But the pressure is still going to ride pretty high. As we see Umbra also now just trying to advance themselves a little bit closer towards zone. Myth now starting to move up into position over on towards the western side, rather. It is Cryptics just closing things up once again. So you can see those shots now coming through straight on towards a few of the teams positioned up ahead of them. And now it is going to be the team here from YONKOUS also blazing through in towards Slime4KT, just a little bit further up ahead, really asserting that positional play on towards the more northern side of zone. But I mean, still quite a bit of a fight coming on towards the southeastern side. As we see PRZ now getting traded off. It is up to Shadowwind and Morteza, but Shadowwind steps up. Beautiful hit. Picks up Thijs right there in the straight off. But now, still 1 player left. It is Themo. Themo just trying to utilize the heck out of the vehicle here. Tries to jump in, picks up Shadowwind. And now it turns to Morteza and PRZ to come and potentially close it out. But what a great play. What a sneaky approach that was coming in. Also, on the southern side, things are not looking any easier.
Oh, it's third party, fourth party, fifth party. I've honestly lost count. Darkness and Blackjack Esports now turning up the heat as they try and get involved here. Zane just narrowly missing a nade there, but Moment is ready for the reverb coming on through. And unfortunately, they're going to go down as Zane tries to connect. Nice nade, but Moment too fast on their feet is going to rotate around, zigzag into the action and finds Blackjack Esports, who go back to the lobby. We got 9 teams remaining, 2 teams down to solos from all of the fighting that's been going on. We can see Intruders back in the lobby thanks to PRZ finding Hemo, and Cryptics still pushing the line looking for those eliminations.
Yeah, it's like the teams all just decided collectively that it is time for the party to start. As we can see, Team Myth now down to 1, and with that, off they go as the finishing blows come through at the hand there of G3. Look at this, Nacho just capitalizing on his position, picking up Carry Boy in the trade-off now. It is down to Senke. We can see just off in the distance, only a few hits, trying to hide out behind the vehicle, but it's going to be a really tough one as G3 have got all their efforts focused onto that, and with that, Nacho picks it up. The Cryptics have to now make their way back into the lobby. But at least, look at that. Some really decent points being awarded to them for their performance here. Now, with the teams left in this game, G3 already having such a strong position coming into this phase.
Absolutely. That zone shift has absolutely blessed them in their position here. But they're going to feel a little bit of that pressure with Manuel hitting some disgusting shots onto Flacco as they do go down. And now the recovery still has to happen here. But if they can hold this position, this might be a different story here. Lusail just towards that northern side does spot the members there of G3 Temper. And they might look to get involved, but for the time being, it's choosing your battles. As we know, it's apparently third-party central here on Erangel, so the first team to get into a little bit of an engagement might be finding themselves back in the lobby. Lusail now turning their attention there towards YONKOUS, who still have to finish things up with Slime 4KT. But just Plaza left. It has to be the rotations here that might have to take priority because it's going to be so uncomfortable to fight out in the zone. Darkness, Manuel, what are you doing? Getting some information here? No, we're pulling up on G3 Temper.
Ooh, look at that. Manuel comes rushing on forward, but down goes Whiskey. Down goes Manuel. Up comes the rest of the team now as we can see Tornado. And a moment just looking to fortify that approach. But so far it has been absolutely devastating. Here of Darkness. G3 also feeling a little bit of a sting there as we can see Buren now getting traded off, but will G3 now apply even more pressure? I mean, Darkness caught in a very tough position. The nades come through just looking to make it even more challenging as Moment now also finds themselves on their knees looking for potential way to get out of that situation. But Nacho now getting ready to utilize the vehicle to just advance his teammate right up behind it. But Lusail right behind G3. They are not out of the woods just yet. And with that, Nacho now getting traded off Watson and Wanted, looking to sneak up even further. But Tornado just utilizing this tree for their position to try and get those heals in. Watson trying to reach all the way across. Slime 4KT, of course, getting eliminated. But fortunately here for 6God, those nades are just overshooting.
Barely. I mean, 1 HP, gonna take the time to rotate on out. And Watson just placing the nade almost as if they've got some beautiful preemptive, I don't know, you got some powers here coming through. But Team Umbra now being confirmed out. We're down to our 3 teams. It's YONKOUS and Lusail who have a full squad. At least I say that for the moment as GG next goes out. And Lusail are looking to get a little bit of the action back as well, thanks to Havlik. So essentially down to a 3v3v3 unless those reses come through.
Yeah, but this could be a very strong finish now coming in for the side there of Lusail. And of course, the players coming in from the side of YONKOUS. Both teams sitting on 4 players apiece. But it all comes down to how they can utilize these positions. Currently, YONKOUS, they've got a few ridges, but the zone is going to start moving up. And this could make things so challenging as it moves in favor of Lusail. So YONKOUS now are going to get forced out of their position. And this could open up quite a few can of worms as we have the players from Darkness also securing a potential play all the way from that southern side. But Lusail now caught in between a really tough decision. Are they going to look to take the first initial engagement with the players there from Darkness, or are they going to wait to see what YONKOUS is going to bring?
That's the question here. Darkness now actually getting into the vehicle, so it might be making a little bit of noise. This Moment just seems to be the bait or tries to rotate onto the rest of the team. And now YONKOUS is going to take this opportunity just to push on up. Maybe see if they can find an angle here on towards Lusail. It's a 3-team squad, and absolutely GG next gets just bombarded thanks to Lusail with all the bullets that are flying their way. So the angles here are absolutely crucial. Who's going to take that first engagement, and who's unfortunately going to feel that third party?
Well, we know, looking back at last week, right, Lusail knows how to handle themselves moving into these late few zones, right? They've already been able to bring in 2 winner-winner chicken dinners, so they are super comfortable coming into this position. But now up comes YONKOUS rushing straight into the side of them. Asalam quickly gets traded right on off. Havlik also getting sent on back. Nice show of aggression though, as YONKOUS trying to create a bit of an opening there, but Havlik now, an absolutely devastating amount of damage coming through on towards them. And now NN7, Lewis, and GG Next are left to try and find that position within the zone. Wanted now getting traded off by the shots coming through Darkness all the way from that southern position. So wherever these teams find themselves, they are not secured in these angles just yet. They got to be so cautious.
Oh, absolutely. You can snake through the grass all you want, but you need to be careful. There's a 13 looking to get involved. In Darkness, for the time being, they've been left to their own devices. They can just slowly but surely creep on up to the side here of Lusail. And unfortunately for Lusail, they are getting bullied from both sides, really. Maybe YONKOUS will get involved with Darkness, but for the time being, Darkness just being an absolute thorn in their side as Wanted gets confirmed as well. Again, all of a sudden, these numbers are dropping steadily because teams, as you know, they need to manage so many angles here.
Yeah, and of course, one thing that all three of these teams have been able to manage so far is those eliminations. We look at the number of eliminations, they are absolutely crazy coming into this late phase. It is 9 for the side of YONKOUS. Oh, it is 10 on the side there for Darkness, almost 11. Are they going to be looking to close that one out? Of course, Lusail now just keeping a little bit quiet. Want to see what YONKOUS and Darkness are going to be doing moving into these angles. But it is still a 3v3v3. As that blue zone is now starting to force the teams a little bit further and further forward. YONKOUS now coming under pressure once again. It now turns to Lewis, the last remaining hopeful for his team. Will he be able to survive the onslaught as we see GG next now? Just getting confirmed on up. Down goes NNN7. Watson trying to rush on forward, but Manuel just welcoming him in at the head. Also, assist coming in from Moment. Now, Salam sends it in, finds it on Tornado. Now, look at these tables starting to turn around. Lewis, the last one there for YONKOUS, getting picked on up, and now it is down to Manuel up against the two remaining players coming through for the side of Lusail. It is going to be Boyka and Salam. And we do see a little bit of a potential pincer play coming through from them. As you see those utilities coming up. Manuel not getting forced forward. Surprised to see Salam not stepping up, but there's no need. Lusail step on in, and with that, picking up the first winner chicken dinner right here in our second Super Weekend. Absolutely fantastic start.
This is what we wanted to see. And I mean, those third parties were absolutely dominating on Erangel. I mean, the teams, they could smell blood. As soon as there was any engagement happening, the teams would roll up, get a couple of eliminations, and get out as soon as they possibly could. But man, that was crazy. You know, you'd expect that sort of third party coming through on Sanhok. Not the case. Erangel is the new Sanhok tonight, it seems.
Yeah.
But a beautiful, beautiful strategy we can see from these teams. They're trying to stay dynamic. They want to pick up those eliminations. And you can see the eliminations we were seeing. I mean, Cryptics, when they went down, they had 10 eliminations. When we tuned into Darkness, they had 10 to 11 eliminations. YONKOUS had 9. You know, everyone is picking up those eliminations as quickly as they can to potentially maybe buffer out the placements points depending on how it goes, because we can see it's just absolute chaos.
Yeah, and it's so beautiful to see the teams really dialing in the aggression coming into this only first game of the day, and this is only day 1 of 3. So if this is the way we're starting it out here, is I don't know what we're gonna have coming through in the remainder of the games, but an absolutely phenomenal start. This is what we want to see. Teams really pushing the capabilities of not only themselves, but also the teams that they are going up against, and it is really resulting in some absolutely fantastic PUBG being played.
Absolutely. And we've seen this happen before, right? I mean, we started the first Super Week and we were like, whoa, where's all of this aggression coming from? Why are the teams, you know, looking to take each other out before you even get to the final zone? Whereas with the League Week, I mean, you'd have 16 squads still, you know, past stage 4, stage 6, stage 7, and it kind of stays there until, well, you know, we're shoulder to shoulder. We don't really have a choice. So, I mean, Super Weekend coming through, the teams are looking for those preemptive fights. They're looking to start engagements and finish them, hopefully, for the most cases. But I do love the dynamic that they're bringing in. It means that we see more, you know, chaos coming through, which is fun for us to watch and fun for hopefully the viewers to witness, because it's so much action coming through. We really start to see those finer motor skills coming through. The teams really having to keep their heads on swivels, having to hit those 180 shots, having to hit those drop down shots, having to really perform if they want to survive. Not if they want to win, just if they want to survive.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we saw some absolutely fantastic plays. And just to remind you of a few of those beautiful shots, let's hop into the highlights just to see a few of those once again. We'll see you right back afterwards. Some beautiful, beautiful shots coming in there once again. And I wanted to say something as well is, right, I'm loving how the teams are continuously pushing that bar. They're setting the bar higher and higher every single time. And it is so fantastic because they keep on having to evolve, as you said, if they want to keep up with the competition. And of course, speaking of competition, let's have a look at our match standings to see how many points the teams were able to bring in this last match.
I want to see those elimination points because they were absolutely insane. We can see Lusail Esports picking up 11 to get them an overall total points there of 26. And Darkness, even though they came second, picking up those 13 eliminations means they're only 1 point behind our winner chicken dinner, well, winners. So YONKOUS now picking up 19 points, and Team Umbra, G3 Temper, and Cryptics all tied with 10 points. But we can see the focus on how they got those points slightly shifts. We can see there's a little bit more of a deadly focus there for Cryptics, but ultimately it looks so good. I love the spread of elimination points we're seeing on this first page. It is a little top heavy, but not too badly, not too crazy.
You like the look of Lemon Face? Is
Lemon
that
face.
it?
Lemon face.
There we go. All right. Either way, moving into second page. This is where we see the rest of our teams still bringing in some consistent points, right? We got threes, we got twos, we got ones, and then of course the players there from Super Young Stars being the first team having to have a bit of a tough start to the match. But it's not the end of the world. It's only the first match. So there's still going to be several opportunities for teams now to step forward and look to improve even more. Now, this is where things are getting scarier, is because already such an impressive performance coming through in this very first match. Now, if they're going to be improving on this, like, where's it going to end?
Yikes.
Right?
Yikes.
Once at the end of that third super weekend, I mean, I think these teams are going to be performing at an entirely different level. And I'm super excited to see exactly what that level is going to be for these teams.
Look, I'm going to tell you now, you and I need to start rapping while we can. We need to get to like an Eminem level, of speed if we want to be able to keep up with the play-by-plays that are going to come through. So make sure that you and I can just practice that later, because it's going to be crazy if the teams are continuously going to be bringing in that sort of an action. You saw, I mean, we already had a Sanhok-like Erangel on the first game.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. It is absolutely insane. But of course, we'd love to hear from you viewers back home. Let us know on social media what your thoughts are. Let us know, who do you think are going to be the teams walking away with the winner chicken dinners here today? Let us know on Facebook as well as Instagram. What you can do is search for PUBG Mobile Esports Africa and tell us what your thoughts are. But absolutely fantastic start to the first day of the second super weekend. And I'm super excited to see what the rest of the maps are going to bring. Of course, next up, we know we're going to be heading over into the desert to see how the teams are going to be performing on that front. So be sure to stay tuned. And of course, we'll see you guys right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. We've just wrapped our first match of the second Super Weekend, rather, and of course we are about to get into our second one. But before we go anywhere, I want to give a big shout out to Nimo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. So now we're getting ready to move all the way up in towards Miramar, heading into the desert to see what the teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield. Now, if we look back to what we had last week, this was the match in which we saw the players here from Blackjack, G3, and Masters Esports performing exceptionally well.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's generally the teams that I think about when we look at Miramar. So, I mean, we've had a whole week where we haven't been able to see the beautifully sandy dunes of Miramar. So I'm interested to see what the teams are going to be bringing in today. And bringing with that flight path all the way down there from Camp Mill to Los Higos. So might be a bit of a fun time there for the teams to get their opportune moments and their opportune spots. But we'll see how it's going to change up. I know, look, we always look at Picado, which generally is quite contested. There was a few other spots that, you know, we've seen a little bit of action, but relatively on Miramar, we should be expecting, again, a calm start. I'm just wondering and questioning if we're once again going to be seeing that huge focus on third party.
Yeah, it could be a possibility, but it all depends on where these teams are going to be dropping down. That obviously determines whether or not we're going to be having some hot drop action as well as some potential third-party plays. But what's also going to be important is where that first initial zone is going to be going, as we have a little bit more of an eastern flight path coming through with some access down on towards those more southern sides. But this is where we hope to see the zone either being complementary, being inclusive of this zone or this flight path, or potentially taking an extreme shift all the way up in towards that northwestern side. So whichever way around it goes, I'm pretty sure the teams will be okay with that. Not that they have much of an option, but it is over on towards this more southeastern side. So that's going to be an absolutely fantastic start for the likes of Darkness, because they find themselves nearly smack dab center zone.
Yeah, they do tend to favor that Impala section, so this will be a little bit interesting. I don't think we've yet seen a southeastern zone this far out, I guess, in PMPL Africa, so this will definitely be fun. Curious to see how that's going to change up, but yeah, looking at zone, teams still having a nice open spread. Zero Tolerance, I guess, is the furthest out there, right up until that northeastern side, and the rest of the team's going to be looking for a little bit more of a calmer looting phase, other than, you know, of course, Intruders and Team Umbra, who are shoulder to shoulder and already have exchanged a couple of bullets. As you can see, Morteza not looking a little too healthy, but the bullet shield is strong. This man is strong with the bullet shield today, and has been the whole week, so we know they can survive worse.
Yeah, but we know also, you know, Morteza is pretty accustomed to being with magnets, so it's nothing out of the ordinary to see Morteza being one of the first players to take damage. But now we got to look to see what Umbra is going to do with this position now. Are we going to see them just come in swinging, just dialing up the aggression and rushing straight on forward? Because we know in the previous match, all they were able to find was one placement point. We didn't see any eliminations really coming through. No, sorry, I'm on the wrong match. Yeah, Umbra still. I mean, we did see them. At least they came in with 8 placement points and 2 eliminations. I was looking at that at the first week of Super Weekend, but you know, still they could look to now dial it in a little bit more coming into this Miramar, because it could be a great opportunity for them. But another team that's going to be looking to dial it up quite a bit is going to be the Super Young Stars, as we see them now rushing straight forward onto GG Next here. And yeah, I think this could be a very unfortunate play coming through for GG Next, but also very dominating as he finds the first one. Second one, oh, it was so close. I mean,
it would have been great if there was a nade that could just join the party right now. Super Young Stars would be finding themselves in a horrible position. But yeah, GG Next saying, hello, you can take me out now. I don't like it, but here it happens. YONKOUS now still having to regroup, unfortunately. GG Next a little bit alone, a little bit afraid. NN7 still has to even join the party. So very split up coming through from them, and unfortunate timing. I guess the Super Young Stars pulled up right alongside them into the same building. I mean, look at the odds of that. And again, this is also sort of the situation we saw with a couple of the teams. You know, they had a pretty spread out sort of setup. Even Umbra, who had Shadowin, still having to join the party there with Masters Esports. So for some of the teams, it has to be about when to make that engagement and when to unfortunately say, well, we can't jump into the building with GG Next. We can't take a leap like that. Let's see what else we can do instead. Still 16 teams left. There's nothing crazy happening yet. We still have representation for everyone. But again, we know for a few of these teams, it's coming down to they need to pick up more points, especially the new teams coming in this Super Weekend and the teams finding themselves there towards that 16 mark threshold, because they do not want to just get into finals by the skin of their teeth. They want a little bit of a buffer zone. So Super Young Stars currently on 13th. YONKOUS, I mean, they've had fantastic performances, sitting on 9th. Both teams would be very happy to pick up more points. And a winner chicken dinner.
Oh, yes, of course. I mean, those chickens, they are just so tasty coming through. But, I mean, looking at the positions we have currently on the leaderboard, it is pretty close. I mean, all the way from 14th up to 7th, it's close. Like, it all could change in just a single match. But it's still going to be a little bit of a pressure play for the players, of course, coming through from the side of Virtual Gaming and Intruder. First match, done and dusted. Now it's the opportunity to potentially step up to the challenge and come in with a few of those more devastating performances. But for the meanwhile, we'll have the players here from YONKOUS now starting to surround the players from the Super Young Stars, because Ichala already starting to explore a little bit further on towards that more southern side with Lewis now keeping a very watchful eye. But we do have those reinforcements potentially on their way. N7 on the approach. But Havlik finds a little bit of a trade-off coming in towards MGI. And now Chala has a nice position to potentially provide that additional layer of cover.
Oh, Havlik just wants that revenge, wants that confirmation. But as you said it, Havlik coming on through. And now Blackjack Esports jumping into the party to potentially be, I don't know whose saving grace they're going to be, unfortunately, because they're looking both at YONKOUS and Super Young Stars and saying, hey, those would be some great elimination points that we can pick up here. So, nice little opportunity for them to get involved. Lelouch, of course, trying to get slowly but surely closer to the action. And N7, as you like to say, coming through here for the res, as Super Young Stars now try and push up onto the hill, right into the crosshairs here of Lewis, who, I don't know if you want to get involved here, friend. Your teammates are very far away, but throwing a couple of shots, seeing if they can land, seeing if there's a connection that can be made. But again, Blackjack Esports just pulling up does throw a little bit of a wrench in the works here for YONKOUS. They might just have to rotate on out and disengage for the time being. Still plenty of engagements, you know, lighting up our feeds here, DK.
Yeah, several hits still making their way across the battlefield, as we did see the players there from G3 getting into a little bit of a tussle all the way over on towards that western side on the outskirts of San Martin. But this was a good rotation coming through from the side of Blackjack. I mean, they moved up, rolled into the party, but now Blackjack themselves could have another potential team rolling up on them, as we do see the players there from Intruder also now starting to advance a little bit furthermore from that northern side. But Lelouch now trying to land the last few hits up into the side here of the Super Young Stars. Lewis, of course, still holding the position, not finding an opportunity to rotate away just yet. But it's going to come down to how these teams now look to spread themselves out. We also have the cave that is in play a little bit further south from this current position. Not much further to go. We can see it on the mini-map. It is in between where the Super Young Stars and, of course, Lewis is for the time being. So I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to have some people going into the caverns, going to explore the cave a little bit more. But also, we are waiting to see where the rest of the teams are going to be rotating up into, as we still have quite a few teams to make their way further in towards zone. We've got Slimefork, ET, and Zero Tolerance, of course, up in towards that northeastern side, nearly rotating up side by side or joined by the hip, as you would say. But, I mean, that western side is also looking to be quite contentious. We've got the Masters, we've got G3, we've got Unique, we've got Umbra, all rotating in from that direction.
Yeah, and of course, Myth, Virtual Gaming, Cryptics still finding themselves in the zone, taking a little bit of a longer rotation to try find a little bit more of those safer openings into the zone, because we know that western side hugely contested, and especially for Team Myth, I'm not sure how they're going to take that pathing, because they obviously don't know that they might be running straight into Virtual Gaming, Umbra, even Masters, G3 Temper, depending on how they really want to take this fight. So we'll see how they're going to make this decision. That zone now going to be closing on up and letting us know who's going to be zone blessed today, which it does seem like to be majority of the teams pulling in a little bit close there towards Los Leones, La Bandita. So plenty of opportunities for teams to get some nice opportunities here. And Super Young Stars still continuing the absolute domination on towards YONKOUS, and they're not happy about it. Not too much.
You you can't really fault that because you know that wasn't a super aggressive shift coming through from the zone. I am, however, interested to see what is going to come in between Darkness and Zero Tolerance because we know Darkness they drop down in Impala, so they have had no need really to rotate up at all. All they could look to do potentially was just strengthen the positions they had in anticipation of a few of the opposing teams rotating up towards them. So I want to see that dominance being asserted by the players coming through there from Darkness up in Impala. But we did see also the team there from Zero Tolerance rolling on through. We do have the players from 1 million just west of them. And yeah, this could be quite a controlling position should they utilize the play that they could be making right here.
I'm really worried for Super Young Stars and YONKOUS because Cryptics is pulling up right alongside them, looking to take that rotation right potentially through them. So that might be a fun little third party that can happen later on. We still see some rotations still needing to be made. Myths, of course, outside in the zone, rolling up right alongside Umbra as well as Virtual Gaming. So plenty of great potential for some early engagements here. You can see Blackjack still looking for a little bit of something. You know, they really were able to apply some great pressure towards the Super Young Stars, but not quite yet picking up the eliminations they want, right? They still need to pick up something or other as they move into the later phases of the zone. And Intruders, pressure's on them. As we know, they need to pick up huge points coming into their first Super Weekend, as they're a little bit behind. You know, they're only playing their second game now, whereas most of the rest of the teams playing their 17th. So quite a little bit of a disparity to try and close up if you want to get into that top 16. It's not impossible, but the pressure is definitely on.
Yeah, it's going to take some work for them to accomplish that. We know it's not outside the realm of possibilities, but the focus needs to be there. And we can see currently a very split up approach coming through from the side there of Intruder, as they've gone for a 2-2 approach. If they try to leverage that maybe onto the side of Blackjack, it could be quite favorable for them. But what's also now going to be a relatively difficult position to play is the position we see over on towards this western side, right? It is going to be the Masters, from the players here from Masters Esports rather, as well as Umbra, and then of course the players here from Team Myth. So there's several opportunities that could present itself to all three of these teams, and it does seem like Umbra's going for a little bit more of a spread out approach, trying to come in from as many different angles as they possibly can.
Yeah, spread out the team, maybe see if they can find some flanking positions here because they don't want to make any early mistakes. And of course, Myth and Masters might be the team to really start the engagement. And if that is the case for them, Umbra could pull up with a beautiful third party. You can see Angelo just trying to get closer and closer, maybe getting a beautiful nade there onto the rest of the team. Myth and Broly or Farouk, I'm not too sure, but here comes it through. Broly's going to be going down. Ramsey now, last remaining member here for Myth. And as Angelo tries to rotate on out from the spray coming through from Team Umbra, who are somehow, someway being a little bit of a saving grace here for Myth, it is going to turn to Ramsey to just rotate on out and try to stay alive, run away from Angelo as they are trying to get that last team wipe, that last elimination. Ramsey just barely holding on for life here.
Yeah, and I feel so sorry for Ramsey, not really having a lot of options as to where to rotate or where to move to. The best option there is to push out in the zone. Yes, and now Bamboo looking to stop, add a little bit of additional pressure there and a little bit of pleasure, of course, now from the side there of Masters Esports. But with that, the confirmation comes through on towards Broly. Bam! And Bamboo. Oh! Some devastating hits. And with that, it is going to be the end of the road for Team Myth. But, I mean, a good approach coming through here from Masters. But now they need to be careful because Umbra, they've hurt those shots and they've actually started to spread themselves out. As you can see, Morteza now come with quite a few rather potent hits right on towards Sin.
Look, he's been collecting the bullets all week long, and now it's his turn to dish a couple out, maybe even a couple of nades as Sin goes down, and all of a sudden, Masters finding themselves in a horrible position here, because like you said, rotations went great, and Van is also feeling that right now. The res did come through, but we still have to get some of that HP up and Adam if they want to be able to get out into this one. And of course, in terms of rotations, they still need to get into zone. And Cryptics is pulling ahead of both Team Umbra and Masters Esports, looking to gatekeep them out of safety here. So both teams, the longer they take here, the worse it's going to be for them to get into zone.
That's going to be nasty. And of course, PRZ just rolling on through. showing us all the different skills that they can pull off with those Lamborghinis. But I'm liking that play coming through from Cryptics, as you mentioned. They pulled in right between Masters Esports and Umbra, and of course that position up in towards the zone. So hopefully they could do something with that approach. But as we look up on towards that northeastern side, it is going to be the players here from Lusail and Slime4KT looking to do a bit of a dance up on the dunes. And Plaza just frantically scouting out the side of the hill. He spots a little bit of movement. But, I mean, if history is anything, Lusail, they're quite a formidable team to go up against. But it seems at least like, well, the Masters, they got somewhere with that rotation. Not quite pulling it off, but with that, they're also now reduced down to 10. It's going to be the final play.
Oh, I just love the prediction that Cryptics have taken here, and because they've made this rotation so early, not only do they have zone, but as you've mentioned, they have an ample opportunity here to pick up some eliminations, mainly on the side of Masters, as Team Umbra actually took a huge lower engagement again towards YONKOUS. I don't know how they keep finding each other, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. Either way, Cryptics be able to pick up some eliminations and be one of the first teams in zone, with Marshall taking that scouting position alongside Lusail. So this is great opportunity for them. And again, Umbra and YONKOUS, it's like the duo we don't like to see.
These teams, they keep on fighting on the edge of blue zone. Umbra now trying to bring in those hits. Of course, we have a few third-party shots coming through from Unique and the players here from Virtual Gaming position not too far away, with Unique applying the majority of the pressure now onto this game in Umbra and YONKOUS. But fortunately for Umbra, they still have all 4 players. We can see them now trying to hold that front line, trying to kind of trap the team there from the side of YONKOUS, sending out a few mollies, sending out those utilities, trying to make it so difficult for them to rotate out. And to add to that, it is 4th phase blue, so it is a little bit more devastating with regards to the amount of damage that it deals. But look at this now. Umbra really trying to play all these angles, trying to line up those grenades and just find some really well-placed positions. But Morteza getting it set alight, or Unique coming in with the third party onto Wasted. And this could be a bit of a turning point now, potentially for YONKOUS to retaliate up against Umbra. But they need to be so cautious as Shadowin comes trading off around that corner. Will he be able to find the last few hits? And down they go. YONKOUS backing their bags, heading straight in towards the lobby. But this is now a great opportunity for the players of Unique to capitalize, because even though they only have 2 players left, they still have the upper hand on Umbra.
Oh, for the time being, but Unique feeling a little bit of the pressure here. Scope down now to unfortunate levels of HP. And yeah, the counterattack there from YONKOUS, it was good. It was looking great, but not quite making that final push. And we can see Team Unique now getting involved with a little bit of a battle here, finding themselves with 1 player still alive. And PRZ might be smelling a little bit of that blood as Winky gets confirmed, leaving it all the way down to Scope now, who has to take a rotation potentially out and straight into either Virtual Gaming or Cryptics. Who do you want? Get out.
Yeah.
Just get out.
It's a very, very tough call to make here, but of course, Scope now getting caught in the crater. We see Senke just up on the ridge line, just lasering on down, and such an opportunistic play coming through here from the side of Cryptics. Of course, we see the players there from the Super Young Stars are getting sent back, but Umbra in the vehicle explosion at the hand there of 1 shot. Absolutely beautiful. We were waiting to see the players from Virtual Gaming bring in the aggression we saw them utilizing in the league play, and so far they are looking to dial it up, but now they're looking to push straight up alongside the players here from Blackjack, who are trying to apply the pressure onto the Intruders, who are also just wanting to get themselves in that zone.
Third party, third party, third party, third party. This is the theme of the day, it seems, for the first day of Super Weekend Numero Duo. So, looking at it now, Petrox taking here a little bit of a high-rise position, is to be able to at least spot out a few, points of interest, mainly MG, who's already knocked, but where is the rest of Blackjack Esports? And as we know, Intruders now pulling up alongside them, and it looks like they're going to take the action straight to Virtual Gaming, so they need to be careful. They thought Blackjack was their opponent, but it's not going to be the case. Intruders come on through and say, hey, let us get a piece of the action. Petrox goes down, and now Intruders finding themselves right in between Blackjack and Virtual Gaming. We know Cryptics is not far behind, so they might look to get involved as well. Beautiful, beautiful damage going through right onto Alpha Luigi, and as a sudden moment of hesitation comes through for Virtual Gaming, it looks like they might have to reset, because this is a little bit too much than what they want to handle right now.
Yeah, but this is quite a bad spot to be in, right? Intruder, so exposed. Now we've got the players here from Virtual to apply the pressure. We got Blackjack alongside them. We got 1 million just hammering away from down below. Intruder getting caught in a very, very tough spot. As we can see, those knocks now just lining up one after the other, and they're not going to be able to survive too long. Rauf, the last remaining hopeful, he's just now pinched down in a spot, and the pressure continuing to be applied by 1 million, and the shot here from Virtual Gaming, of course, with that Blackjack now also having it to pack the bags and say goodbye. But now Rauf caught in a very, very difficult position, trying to move up. We got 1 million keeping a watchful eye as they now start lasering up in towards Virtual Gaming. Oh, come on. 2 knocks already in for the side there of Virtual. 2 players left. 1 shot. Now trying to dabble with that blue. Tries to rush forward, but it's not gonna be enough as Black Lost comes through with their heads, now turning their attention over on towards Cryptics.
Oh, it's absolute chaos. Everyone's just looking to get involved, and Rauf just looking to try and survive. But 1 million Esports are going to take their push right up to his doorstep, and he's not liking it one bit. Blue Zone's also making a little bit of a problem rotation. That nade's going to be cooked. That nade's going to connect. Intruders are going to go back to the lobby as 1 million Esports continue their reign of terror, sitting on 8 eliminations, and now turning their attention towards Cryptics, who have a beautiful spread into the zone and could keep them out of this. We see Team Unique now also unfortunately finding themselves between a rock and a hard place. The rock being Cryptics, the hard place being 1 million Esports, who are looking to continue getting a little bit of something here, but they first have to go through Cryptics.
Yeah, and Cryptics, they have the numbers advantage pushing forward. The health bars also looking much better for the side of Cryptics. So there's going to be quite a bit of a challenge now for 1 million to pull it off. Down goes yet another player, but the retaliation looking to come on through. And with that, it is the end for 1 million. They put up such an absolutely amazing fight. But of course now, G3 using the opportunity to set themselves up for this coming phase. But this was chain fighting to the extreme. Fight after fight after fight just continuing to happen over on towards that southern side. And now we are down to only 4 teams. It is going to be the players coming in from Cryptics, Slimeful KT, G3, and Zero Tolerance. With Zero Tolerance down to 0, and the rest of the teams, they are still all moving in with an absolutely full squad. So beautiful start, beautiful coming in here between the side of Cryptics and Slimeful KT, with Aimer trying to hold up that defensive front. The rest of the team uses the opportunity to try and reposition themselves back up in towards the zone. But will Cryptics allow that to happen, or are they going to try and put a stop to these potential plays from the players of Slimeful KT? Whoa! Zeus comes in with a beautiful
Let's go
bouncy hit right up into Carry Boy. This is now the great opportunity for Aimer to continue the onslaught, just continue the carnage and send those utilities in. Damage after damage now starting to line it up. Send up that raise out. Comes the molly. Will it find its place? So close, but it gets the first confirmation. Wow, this is such a turnaround.
This is the coordination you want. That is the sort of teammate you want covering your back, especially with Aimer being the prime bait for Cryptics now, and the prime bait to potentially take them out. Cryptics now down to 2 and basically a half as Aimer tries to desperately get back into the zone, because we know this is just going to get crazier and crazier. G3 holding the middle line of the zone. Of course, Zeus and Storm just with a beautiful, beautiful opportunity and line of sight towards Cryptics. But Lord, sneaking up in the grass, somehow Zeus has got some sort of a third sense coming through, looking straight at them. And now Lazy Boy finding a nice shot there onto Flacco. Oh, there's the confirmation. So all of a sudden, everyone looking to take a piece of the action, looking to take a piece of each other. But rotations need to happen here. And G3 Temper, they have prime real estate here.
Yeah, they do, but they got a little bit too confident in that position. We see the plays here from Cryptics now, just looking to remind them that they have a position in the compounds, but they're not going to be safe, as we see a beautiful trade-off coming in from either side. Oh, man, Buden getting knocked right on down. Up comes Zeus, fighting that shot in towards Lord. So we are down to only 3 remaining teams. G3, of course, now reduced down to 3 potential players, unless, of course, they can pull that res off, then it will be definite 3. But now, Cryptics are going to be looking to advance further forward with Slime4KT having a knock come in their direction. Nacho defending the position here, trying to come in with an off-angle play. But Cryptics, they've moved into the compound. They are going to be looking to clear it out, while G3 advances further over on that more western side. That blue zone also going to be closing in, and it could take quite a bit of a shift here. But Slime4KT, not a team to forget about. Yes, they are positioned up in the northern side, but they are keeping quiet. They're waiting for Cryptics and G3 to kind of thin the herd so they can just swoop in and potentially maybe steal that winner chicken dinner.
They definitely need a swoop in as the zone tries to recenter on towards both Cryptics and G3 Temper. So all of a sudden they find themselves outside the zone and just watching the action unfold right before their eyes. Of course, Cryptics coming into this contention with the least number of players. 1 down against the against the 3 of G3 Temper, who are busy getting ready, setting themselves up, trying to find an angle here. So, building each to their own, and Nacho, taking a little bit too much damage than what they would have wanted here. I think that's actually 4KT just dealing a little bit of something here, but the longer they wait to get in the zone, the more space gets taken up. They do have some vehicles to take a rotation in, but it's going to come down to when they make their move. It's going to be prime time here, because the sooner they go, the potential it might be for the third party to turn onto them. As we see, literally as I say that, guys?
Wow, that was just so devastating for Slime4KT. I mean, they looked so good coming in, but look at that nade now. Lazy Boy sends it up to Nacho, cooking up yet another one, looking to set it up. Oh, it finds the day on the staircase. Oh, fortunately for G3, they are able to evade it for the time being, but Lazy Boy now tries the other window. He finds the opening. Down goes 6. Nacho gets the rest right on up, but now the pressure is on Buden, trying to see if he can close this one out. Up comes the rush, tries to hold on to the staircase, and he closes it off. Down goes Cryptics as Buden just dominates the heck out of that building. Now trying to get that res in, while Zeus himself is trying to rush on forward, looking to close it up. But G3 bouncing back from a very close to death play right there. They nearly got taken out and eliminated, but now it is up to 6 God and Buden to come through to close it up for that winner chicken dinner. Zeus coming in with 3 out of the 4 eliminations for his team already. Will he be able to make it 5? Will he be able to make it 6? Only time will tell, but the pressure is on. The stakes are high, and it is 6 up against the 4 eliminations. 6 for G3. They could maybe make that 5, but Zeus now just trying to stay out of reach. The nades continuing to fly as an absolute barrage at the hand here of G3 Temper. 6, Buden. They don't want to budge just yet. Right, they do have the setup in the zone. Oh, down goes Zeus as he tempts fate, steps out from his hiding place, and G3 spotting him out. And with that, of course, they claim themselves another beautiful winner chicken dinner. Their 3rd one so far in the Super Weekends, and the first one on Miramar for this Super Weekend.
What did we say? We said G3 Temper and Miramar, and once again they prove why. I don't know if they like, the sandy coves, if they just like, the long distance fights, or what it is about Miramar that takes G3 to a next level. They had no business holding their own against that fight, that engagement with Cryptics. It came down to a 1v2, and Wayden just pulled out all the stops, sorry. I mean, honestly, beautiful performance coming through from them, and I think Slime4KT can be thanking G3 Temper for that, making it up into 2nd place because of that sort of a stance coming through. So the points are going to be fun to see how they actually turn out. Either way, I can't fault G3 Temper in the slightest. They pulled out a rabbit out of a hat or a chicken out of a pan, whichever way you want to look at it.
I would almost go as far as to say they pulled a giraffe out of a hat on that one, because that was just, I mean, looking at the sheer aggression we know a team like Cryptics possesses, right? Mm-hmm. The way that they moved in, how they were playing that strategy, I was nearly convinced that it was locked in for Cryptics, right? I was nearly convinced that they were going to get the squad wipe. But Buden just, pulling giraffes out of nowhere, stepped up and just laid down the law, saying, Stop right there. Thank you. That's far enough. And absolutely beautiful, beautiful play coming through. And of course, we know the players there from G3, they perform exceptionally well on a map like Miramar. But there's only one. That was the first and only Miramar for today. So they'll have to wait till tomorrow or the day thereafter to have another opportunity. But now they've set the bar. They need to try and bring that play in once again, moving in to either Sanhok or the remaining Erangels.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for many of the other teams who got so close, like Virtual Gaming, and then just finding themselves in that third-party situation. And it's similar to what we saw with that engagement on Erangel initially. You know, they started out with against, I believe it was Super Young Stars, and then they invested a little bit too long. And unfortunately, we saw them getting taken out. So we'll see how it comes back when we get back onto Erangel.
Yeah, and of course, we are going to be hopping into a quick few of the highlights from this past match. So enjoy them, and we'll see you right back afterwards. That was just so insane to see. I mean, I was quite enjoyable, quite pleasing. I'm not quite sure what English I'm trying to use here, but it was pleasing to see all that chain fighting breaking out on that southern side of the zone. I mean, it was absolute insanity, and I do think a really good position for the teams to utilize, like G3, for instance, staying out of those chain fights really helped to ensure a real finish for them coming through. But I gotta say, I'm also super impressed with the performance coming through from Aimer from Slime 4KT in this past match.
Absolutely. And I mean, you know, Slime 4KT, they pulled a little bit of that Tokyo drift to get them right into that unfortunate, 3v1 situation, but they made it work at the end of the day, picking up 16 points, and G3 Temper running around with 22 thanks to the eliminations they picked up. And Cryptics, as we know, they were an absolute thorn in so many of the teams making those preemptive decisions and making sure they had prime rotations to pick up as many eliminations as they possibly could. Unfortunately, and weirdly enough, we're seeing, our team that had pole position starting out the Super Weekend, Team Myth, sitting at the bottom of this match ranking with some unfortunate bubbles. But I mean, for the likes of Intruder Africa and Virtual Gaming, slowly but surely picking up some of those points.
Yeah, definitely a steady amount of points being raked in, and that we've seen, right? Consistency is key, and of course, Cryptics now breaking it up into 200s. No surprise with Team Myth also managing to make it up into 200, missing it by 2 points coming into today, and finally managing to achieve that. But we do see a very strong effort now being put forth there by G3, Lusail, and of course, Umbra. Why don't they, all these teams trying to push it up to get further and further and even closer to the 200. And I think it's definitely on the table for a lot of these teams here. Who will it be? We don't know just yet, but that first page really satisfying to look at. And now as we hop in it towards our final page, where we see Intruder sitting up in 17th, and of course back onto our second page. This is where we see YONKOUS holding on to that 9th position. Slimefork KT only 10 points behind them. Masters also hot on the heels. Blackjack 0 holding on to their 101 points apiece. And then, of course, we do see the players there from Super Young Stars also making their way on through. And still Virtual Gaming and, of course, the players there from Intruder. Yes, they do not have the amount of insane points on the board, but it's going to change, right? By the end of the third day, we could see quite a bit of a change up coming through with regards to the points there for them. So, you know, there's not much to make of it just yet. They'll get there, and they've been showing a lot of effort being put in. They're really trying to break through and get into those really strong placement point positions. And I'm sure it will come, but the rest of the lobbies definitely making it so difficult for them. But one thing that's not difficult is going to be, of course, with upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa esports in 2021. Now second match done and dusted, our only Erangel for the day. Next, we're heading right back onto the bread and butter. Yes. The bread and butter, or also the bread and butter, whichever way around you want to take it, which is called Erangel. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. 2 matches on this first day of Super Weekend already done and dusted. Next up, we are heading right back over in towards Erangel with our first Miramar and our only Miramar of today being concluded. And as of course you can see, we are making our way right up to the plane, starting from Lipovka, just right below the flight path, heading over to what seems to be that western side. We'll get to see just how far across it is going to be pushing, but definitely it's looking to be a very satisfying flight path, as we can see it is crossing right past Pachinki over Gatka. So the teams, I'm pretty sure they'll be quite satisfied. So everyone could make their way on down. We could see the players there from INTRUDER, of course, now pushing right all the way down towards that military island once again. But this time around, we do see the players from Cryptics instead heading up towards Stolba. We know that is one of their alternative drop locations.
They're not looking for that George Pool action this time around, so going to be changing it up just a bit. But of course, Cryptics, as we can see on the screen, have been absolutely performing out of their minds, picking up huge eliminations. So it's good to see them coming through, but of course, Nacho from G3 Temper just making a huge splash, of course. And we'll be finding G3 Temper there once again towards farm alongside 1 million esports. But ultimately, for the rest of the teams, not looking too crazy, still seeing virtual gaming really favoring that Lipovka drop site. So I think we can tick that off as their potential, number one choice. So looking good for them. Rest of the teams looking still pretty standard. I'm not seeing huge changes coming through. The zone now going the other side. Let's go towards the western side. We're going to look for a little bit more of that Western Bridge action, potentially, if it's going to stay there. We'll see how it rotates on later on. But yeah, nothing too crazy. I'm just worrying, we had that initial drop site that we saw in the first Erangel. We saw a little bit of craziness going through there. I wonder if the teams are going to switch it up here.
Well, they could definitely change it up, right? Because I said, the first match, that's going to be like our litmus test. The teams are just going to test the water, see what they get, and I'm expecting to see the teams really starting to dial it up after already having played the first Erangel and, of course, that Miramar to boot with it. Now, it comes down to what the information they've been able to gather, not only in today's matches so far, but also during the previous league days as well as the previous Super Weekend. So all of that information now kind of needs to be condensed into a plan or approach for these teams to try and do those rotations and those strategies. But we do see the teams, at least for the most part, respecting the locations. No one really hard dropping on top of each other. Everyone just using their locations to get themselves set up. And I do think once we get closer to either that blue zone starting to move in, or we are well established into that second phase, that is where we're going to be seeing those engagements really starting to come through.
Yeah, I do like the change up though that Intruders has actually brought. They're one of the first teams to really make use of that multi-power position. I think, with that first Erangel, they had to take a huge awkward rotation back into zone, back onto the main island to get into safety. So for them, they've changed it up now, dropping on towards multi-power, which I like to see. It's been fairly abandoned for the most of the Erangels we've seen, so they're welcome to take it. And Cryptics moving a little bit more up towards Kamishki. So some few small changes coming through. Umbra as well there towards school once again alongside YONKOUS. So we'll see if they're going to start that engagement here. And Gatka completely open again, which is a bit odd because, a few teams really do favor that position. And again, in zone, I mean, it's a prime opportunity. So we'll see how the rotation is going to come through here. I do want to see maybe a little bit more pressure being applied there towards, ironically, the two teams that have to take some of the furthest rotations, which is, of course, Virtual Gaming and Intruders. I know they've been steadily picking up points. It's not like they've been picking up, 0 points after their games, but it hasn't been those devastating performances we kind of want to see because it's just the first day, but, rather get in quicker rather than later, or you will really regret it, especially now considering they're already behind a couple of games, just a handful of games.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a bit of a disparity coming through with regards to points. If we look at Cryptics sitting on 215 points, and then, of course, we've got Intruders sitting on 7 points, right? But there's also a 15-game difference coming in. So, yeah, there is a bit of pressure for Intruders and Virtual Gaming, but what I'm honestly thinking is the case at this point is they're trying to find that rhythm, because as we know, the players coming through from league play into Super Weekend, they differ vastly, And I think they're just trying to find that rhythm for this particular Super Weekend. I do believe once they've got it, that's when we're going to see them really stepping it up. But so I'm hopeful that they get that rhythm sooner than later, because the longer it takes,
Yeah.
the further they fall behind.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Again, it is a huge ask for us to just be like, it's just your first Super Weekends, your first 2 games. Come on, like just run away with the party. But we want to apply the pressure and we want to see what comes from it. I think Virtual Gaming and Intruders both want to see what they are capable of as well. So maybe finding that rhythm might, force them, or maybe at least forcing themselves to find that rhythm sooner rather than later. They might surprise themselves and be like, hey, we didn't know that we're capable of this, because we know the competition is constantly rising, and that's the beauty of this, is that experience is just going to cycle on back. The teams are going to get better, and then going to force everyone else to get better as well. So beautiful, beautiful rise of competition. We do see those rotations now finally making a move. Blackjack right alongside what looks like Darkness and 1 million. So that's a bit of a fun rotation, especially as 1 million is just a little bit sandwiched there between Darkness and G3 Temper. So we'll see what happens from that. Honestly, nothing too crazy. It's just really zero tolerance in YONKOUS now that worry me just a little bit there towards the Sunken City.
Yeah, but again, they're not too close to each other for any major engagements to get. It all comes down to how those rotations are going to be playing out. And we do see YONKOUS now looking to advance themselves a little bit closer towards Gatka. Not 100% necessarily going to be rotating directly in that direction, but they are anticipating a potential rotational path heading there, right? We also now see the players here from the side of Darkness just rotating past Potato Hill, where 1 million has decided to take occupation. So the option here could be to continue their efforts moving forward, looking to potentially head right past Pachinki, heading over on towards that more western side. But that seems to be the trend here. A lot of the teams, seeing that western side is so particularly open, we could see a lot of these more lengthy rotations heading as far, well, a little bit further over towards the western side.
It might be prime opportunity for some of these teams to get themselves set up, because it's fairly open. It's maybe only Super Young Stars that can really take real estate of that, or control of that for the time being. So plenty of opportunities, and it feels weird. We haven't seen anything just yet. I mean, I think this is the calmest Erangel we've had so far.
Well, it's just for now, right? Because you have the team starting to rotate in, and we see a little bit of congestion coming in towards those Pachinki fields. So once the teams really start fighting for control of that, I do think that is where things are going to start lighting up. We do have Darkness, G3, Blackjack, as well as the players from 1 million, and then of course Myth and YONKOUS, all in close proximity. So these teams are not really wasting much time. We're seeing a lot of those like-minded rotations coming through, and that is resulting in a lot of the engagements starting as the teams find their way very close to each other. Whiskey now taking several hits, and the rest of the team will head up in towards the compounds. But again, these shots make noise. The other teams hear them. They come to inspect, and that is just a beautiful, lovely, devastating snowball effect that we see happening then.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw, Tokyo Drift there on towards Miramar, and then Whiskey was just showing us a little bit of that dune bugging going through the beautiful fields here on Erangel. So I like it, and we'll see what's going to come from it for the rest of the teams. Even Cryptics and Team Unique pulling up right alongside each other. Very, 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 very close for comfort there. Cryptics already jumping out to get involved, as we can see in the feed. So that is interesting. Ironically, Cryptics were the first ones to take a little bit of a hit there. Not sure what that's going to result in, as Unique is still pretty split out. You can see Carryboy here just trying to find the angle in the zone against the side there of Unique, who have one down, have one a little bit spread out, and have one still rotating in.
But this is very interesting strategy coming through from the side of Cryptics, because we know they're a team that they don't necessarily get into engagements in the early phases, right? They prioritize rotations a little bit more. They look to secure those later plays. But this time it happened that Unique was just, Unique just happened to be in front of them. So they're not going to let that opportunity slide. If the opportunity presents itself, they are going to pull up the handbrakes, bring those barrels out and just send a few very warm welcomes over on towards them. But looking at the rest of the zone, this is looking pretty chaotic. I mean, it is heavily congested with so many teams
Huge.
all trying to cram into that more centralized position within the zone.
Oh, it's a jumbled mess of skills here. I mean, Masters of their G3 Temple, their Myth, YONKOUS, I mean, Umbra, Super Young Stars. Honestly, just take your pick, and majority of the teams will probably be there right alongside each other. We can see the feeds now really lighting up, and it's going to come down to see who's going to be the first 3 teams to drop and who's going to be the first 3 teams to unfortunately take 0 placement points, because we know that's the last thing you want in Super Weekend. You want to get to that winner chicken dinner, and this is not how you start a Team Myth, though. They had an unfortunate little bit of a 0 points a game, so now they're already looking to pick up some huge eliminations, as they've already confirmed one, looking for a bit more on the side of Umbra, and rotations from Masters coming on through to just welcome G3 Tempo.
Yeah, but look at this now. We got Blackjack moving in right behind them. So the pressure is going to be on, and the Masters Team Masters here finding themselves in a very, very compromising position because, G3, we know they are quite a heavy-hitting team. Blackjack also bringing in quite a bit of aggression alongside them. So at this point, I don't want to be Masters Esports. But Bamboo, Sin, they can also play some really devastating plays. And now it's going to come down to kind of how they are going to be taking these next few potential plays. But it does seem like we could maybe have either G3 looking to push a little bit closer, or the players here from the Masters trying to find a potential way to get out of this. We do see Lelouch also up on the hill now, just looking to improve that position of the vehicle. Not quite sure what the plays are going to be coming through from here, but definitely still looking pretty tough for the side of Masters Esports. But they also have a 2-2 split.
They do, and unfortunately, 2 are finding themselves in the sandwich we can see between G3 Temper and Blackjack Esports. And again, G3 Temper, not strangers to this play, not strangers to this warehouse in particular. We've seen them take out teams like this before who had the upper hand, and this time it's looking in favor of G3 Temper. It's just going to depend on what Blackjack Esports are looking to just throw into the mix. Of course, rotations still need to finish up. Lusail even Unique still in zone there towards Georgia Pool, trying to get in zone again behind Cryptics. So it's going to be a bit of a fun one once they eventually do find their way in the zone. And I'm not too sure how Blackjack or G3 Temper are going to look to get involved here with Masters Esports with that 2-2 split. It might be absolutely devastating if we do see Ilias and Angelo getting some disgusting long-range shots that we saw Slime for KT actually pushing out. But, okay.
Yeah, that is that's quite an interesting shift coming in from these several teams now have through from that northwestern side of the zone. Center zone already is occupied by Myth, as well as the players there from 1 million. And we still have that congestion happening over on towards the southern side. But now looking at where these rotations could be going, there might be a few additional visitors maybe rushing forward into that current play happening in that southern side. Of course, Virtual Gaming moving over towards the coastline, just looking to find a good position to pull into there. But now, Sin is down for the side of Masters Esports. Zaid also now coming under fire as Buren reaches out. But now we see Bamboo, the last remaining player for Masters Esports in this compound. The rest of the team, we do see those rotations coming in, but it does seem like they are looking to get themselves established a little bit more on towards the northern side.
Trying to get out of the action here because G3 Temper are really applying the pressure not only towards Masters Esports, or at least Bamboo in this case, but also Blackjack, who have for the moment at least reset themselves back into this one. All 4 of their players are back, and they are looking to find an angle here. But Wayden just so good holding those angles, finding MG, and Lelouch trying to throw a little bit of a warning shot there thanks to Reverb. I think it is heard there by G3 Temper, as they also now need to get a little bit of a recovery going here. Smokes are going to be popped out, and Reverb is looking just to apply the pressure as those rotations come through, and potentially the reses will be tried here. It's looking like a bit of a stalemate here because, I mean, as one pushes out, the other, applies the pressure back, and it's the split coming through from Blackjack that's really giving them an opportunity. But Zane, this nade could be huge.
It could definitely be huge, and up comes the rush now. G3 just trying to hold up that front line as Blackjack come moving on in. Not satisfied with the position up on the hill anymore, as you can see. Reverb now coming in, looking to get that confirmation. Flacco, of course, now just on the opposite end, but up comes Ilias there from the side of Masters Esports. Just tapping away now, picking up the knock on towards, Lelouch. Here we go, Reverb. Continuing with the efforts, a quick reposition. Zane also now joining the efforts coming into this little warehouse. The nades are going to be cooked up once again, but will they be able to reach all the way across? Oh, they're getting hit from behind. Cryptics coming in. Oh, third party upon third party. We see the chain fights coming through once again. Now 6 in a beautiful position. Has up here now just to push on forward, but it does seem like they are looking to just put a little bit of distance between themselves and the rest of the players here.
Of course, they want to get out of this situation. All of a sudden, the angles that they had working for them are now being turned against them. They still have all of their players in this, but they need to get out before Cryptics makes a huge investment into their backside. So let's see how Blackjack Esports could potentially take a rotation out. Of course, Nacho here just holding the entrance alongside Flacco, looking for a bit of a crossfire here, picking up a nade, gonna bounce it off the wall. Reverb though is gonna run straight face into that beautifully cooked nade here from Nacho, as Nacho looks to just send another, welcome package to the warehouse that they can bring in here. But Reverb down, and I don't know how they're gonna get out of this.
Yeah, of course, now we do see a few of those hits continuing to fly on in. The pressure mounting as MG finds the hit on 6, but Flacco steps up to defend. Out comes the nade. Is it going to be the one to close it up? Nacho, down goes Zane. Oh, Lelouch now just trying to hold on for Flacco. Also in a good position, a little bit further up ahead. This is now the players here from Cryptics rushing forward as Blackjack gets down to G3, now feeling the pressure. But look at this, Flacco holding them off at least a little bit. But unfortunately, Cryptics swoop on forward. Senke is coming in with some absolutely devastating shots alongside Gary Boy.
Yikes. Look, that is not what either Blackjack or G3 Tempo were looking for, but Cryptics, they know the third-party meta so well. Now, Super Young Stars finding themselves alongside Eflex here, who is still alive, getting the res right off of Knight. So, an opportunity for them to get back into this one, of course. Cavalry now coming on through as 1 million. Still have all of their players. They just need to regroup. But Super Young Stars, they're down to a duo. So, I think they've gotten the message that they need to maybe just back out, as I do see Convoy going down. Unfortunately, with a little bit of a feed glitch, we can see everything is just happening so fast that the feed can't even keep up. Now, MGI just holding a beautiful line here. Beautiful information for them on 1 million. And again, it's that duo versus a full squad situation here. They need to make the decision.
Yeah, and we see the players there from Intruders also now just getting run over as those rotations continue to make their way on through. But the Masters, YONKOUS, find themselves up close and personal coming in on towards this western side. Lusail adding an extra level of complexity with that, of course. Yes, Virtual Gaming sent back into the lobby as Petrox was the last one to fall. But now this opens it up for the players there from Masters Esports as well as Cryptics to utilize those southern positions in the current zone. Up north and on towards this western side, it is still looking pretty tough. A lot of congestion coming through. Myth now trying to see if they can advance their way forward. Broly he knows there's someone up ahead. Spots out. Oh, GG next. Down he goes, and now the focus turns to the rest of the team. It is now happening, and Nenevan trying to hold on through, but up comes a beautiful rush from the side of Mystic, or Myth. No, will he be able to close it out? Oh, one more hit, and that could be the end. Oh, NN7 getting into the vehicle. It is going to be third parties coming in as well, but he gets caught in the middle. What? Finds a hit, but down he goes. Myth just cleaning it out and walking out of that engagement with a grand total of 6 eliminations. But it's not over because we see the players there from Umbra as well as Intruder and Luce coming in from behind with a third party.
Of course, Lusail, they smell some blood. They want a little bit of that Myth action, and they are looking to find Ramsey as it comes through now. Intruders looking to get involved as well. So all of a sudden, this is a third party, a fourth party, a fifth party. It is an absolute huge mess of chaos as Myth find themselves, unfortunately, right smack in the middle of it. Lusail now on the high rise, looking for the angle, but for the time being, the veil of smoke gives Myth an opportunity to reset. And I don't know how they're going to get out of it, but that's a problem for later. Let's just get on back up into this one and see what they can do. Of course, confirmation now going on towards Broly. So Myth finding themselves in a two-man squad in a sandwich of note. You can maybe call this a Dagwood if the rest of the teams weren't rotating on out into the zone, with it shifting towards that eastern side of Pachinki. So now Lusail, they disengage. Look, they've picked up a little bit, right? They do not want to fall behind with these rotations.
Yeah. They want to now also look to prioritize those positions on top of the amount of eliminations they've been able to rake on in. But now, looking at the zone, it's pretty tough, right? We've got 1 million and the players there from Super Young Stars, just kind of sharing that southwestern side. But Cryptics, they're going to start rolling on through from the southern side, as we can see them reach the way across towards the Masters, or the players there from Masters Esports rather. And now, this leaves the players in a really difficult position, because again, they were trying to hold the front line, trying to put up a bit of a gatekeep. But as we can see, Blacklast now getting traded on through, and up comes the play for Masters Esports, as we have Angelo now trying to sneak up alongside them. But 1 million, they heard some vehicle pulling up, and you can see they are trying to just reposition themselves for that potential rush coming through. But Umbra also now going to come rotating up alongside that southern side, and this could be opening up so many potential positions for teams. And 1 million, they now just need to try and stay on top of it, but the pressure is starting to build. We got Lusail, we got the players there from Myth now getting eliminated, we got the players there from Intruder, as well as the team coming in here from Cryptics. So they have to stay in top form if they're looking to close this one out.
Oh, Marshall looking to find Umbra, but all of a sudden gets knocked down, drops to the floor and gets the confirmation. Umbra out of the lobby, back and waiting for the action. You can see the shots now coming through from 1 million as they are looking to, return a little bit of that third-party favor on towards Cryptics, who have been capitalizing on that for the time being. But again, a huge losses for many of these teams as they make their rotation into these zones, into, some opportune moments. Ultimately, it's 1 million Esports and Lusail holding the high-rise, holding the top of the hill, and looking down at the rest of the teams, trying to get up close and personal towards them. Cryptics going to be left alone for the time being, so they can reset and get back into this one. But Intruder, they turn their attention towards Lusail.
Wow, this is going to be a third-party hill of note, as we can see 7 teams left, and everyone now trying to find their little slice of the hillside. But up comes the players here now from Intruder, looking to apply the pressure onto the side of Lusail. Watson trying to hold on, but it is going to be a 1v3 play. Weiss trying to laser through the smoke. The Boyka getting confirmed. Up, down goes Watson as a beautiful molly from Weiss makes its way on in. And that is the end of the road. But now, 6 teams left. The players here from Intruder still facing quite a bit of a challenge. They've got the 1 million position up on the hill, but also now coming rather severe pressure here, as they have a few utilities and shots now getting sent off in their direction as well.
It's not what they would have wanted. Angela also just behind in the grass, watching 1 million alongside Intruder, who are going to throw a couple of utilities as they try and make their way up the hill that is currently in control of 1 million Esports. But again, for how long? They've got their backs to the zone. They need to make the rotations. It's only Slime 4KT that have their foot in the door for the time being. So in the cars we go, trying to be a little bit of a distraction, throw a couple of covering fire, and 1 million Esports back off for the time being, as Intruders look to make a wide rotation in the zone. Chill's still somehow, someway, still in this as one of the solos there from Team Unique, watching the chaos unfold, and Cryptics still being pressured to go back into the lobby.
Oh, but I look at the concentration of teams that are coming in on towards this western side. Slime 4KT, however, they're positioned all the way over on towards the east. Now, this could be another beautiful opportunistic play coming through here. Now, this time at the hand of Slime 4KT, but they just have to keep those angles and just look to apply the pressure as the team starts rotating up in towards their direction. The zone now quickly dealing with Senke, and with that, Dexter deals with Marshall as we find a beautiful hit. Now, it is up to Carryboy to try and hold the fort for Cryptics. Already 8 eliminations under their belt. Oh, look at this now. Got Angelo just up ahead. He can hear those footsteps. The shots come through. The damage comes in. And with that, down goes Carryboy as Angelo deals with the Cryptics. But now 1 million deals with Masters. And now 1 million focusing their efforts onto Slime 4KT. As we can see, Dexter cooking up those nades, looking to send it through, but it is now, of course, Dexter, the last remaining hopeful. Up comes the rush. The Slime for KT tried to pull through with a buggy. A quick shot come in, and with that, Aimer sets his eye on Dexter and closes it off. Now, only 3 teams remain. The 4 players coming through from Slime 4KT up against Chills there from Unique. And of course, the 3 remaining hopefuls coming in for the side here of Intruder Africa. As we can see, it is Rauf as well as Weiss. And Hemo also holding those positions. But there we go, Hemo getting picked on up. It is now down to Rauf and Weiss. Down to Weiss now. Oh, as Slime just rush on in. They want to prove themselves, and they are doing an absolutely phenomenal job. Chills also getting traded off. Easy claps coming in there for the side of Slime 4KT as they pick up a beautiful chicken dinner. They too now get to taste how nice these chicken dinners in the Super Weekend taste. Picking up their very, very first one. An absolutely phenomenal job.
And there it is, Slime 4KT finally finding success on Erangel, looking like an absolutely dominating performance coming through from the day. They have just, steadily been getting into those final zones, steadily been getting and, upping their competition. And they've been doing well. And finally, it pays off. I mean, we did see them 1v1 Cryptics before on Erangel, and it came close. It came to a hair of a fight, but Cryptics ultimately won it out. This time around, you could see everyone saw Cryptics, so they were like, we're taking you guys out first before you get rid of us. So a beautiful sort of coordination coming through from the teams. And again, huge solo plays actually coming through there for those placements. I mean, we had 3 solos towards the end there. That's huge. That's huge placement points for these teams, especially if they really got unlucky in the early parts of Erangel. So ultimately, it's going to be very interesting to see how those overall rankings are going to shift from a game like this.
I'm expecting several shifts to come through, but again, I mean, Slime 4KT just really utilizing that eastern position, seeing that the rest of the lobby pretty much was fighting it out over on towards the western side. So a beautiful call coming in there from them, just maintaining that position, not getting involved in the fights, and it's a very very similar kind of approach we saw G3 bringing in now over on towards Miramar. So again, it's kind of keeping themselves out of those final dusty fights happening. They are quite successful, well, usually, right? Moving into those last few bits of the coming phases. But again, some really beautiful PUBG being played there, and got to give it to Slime 4KT. We wanted to see them step up, and they did. They stepped up. They brought that chicken, that of course being their first winner chicken right here in the Super Weekends. Now, we also have a few of those highlights that are going to be making their way onto the screen momentarily. But again, I got to say, some really satisfying plays coming through from the teams. Just to show you how satisfying it was, let's head into the highlights. Oh, some really beautiful shots getting played right there. And I mean, loving the step up that all these teams are bringing, right? Continuously looking to apply pressure upon pressure, not giving anyone the opportunity to maybe reset and come in with a bit of a different strategy. I mean, it's again, chain fighting all the way through up in this final phase, and it is so great to see that come through. And of course, speaking about how great it is, let's hop over into our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring in.
I must say, I think we applied the pressure correctly, DK, because Intruder having a huge game, ending up in second place with 16 points. And of course, we know our winner chicken dinners, Slime 4KT, picking up their first with 21 points. So great performance coming through from them. But also a few other names that we're seeing on the first page for the time being. Team Unique coming in through with 14 points, and it starts to steadily go down, but really beautifully. I mean, my OCD is absolutely happy. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. Thanks, guys. I like that very much. But again, beautiful spread of eliminations on the first page.
And even we see Intruder Africa sitting right up there in that second position with their 16 points. And as we move into the second page, everyone walks away with points, right?
Hey.
It's again one of those opera games, right? You get a point, you get a point, everybody gets a point, and that is what we love to see. Every team walking away with at least some points on the board, because we know it's Super Weekend. The points are absolutely essential. Be it 1 point, be it 30 points, it doesn't matter. Get those points on the board. Everyone's succeeding this time around on Erangel, and it's looking pretty hopeful from here.
And again, we can see those eliminations, those third partings coming on through. I mean, Darkness, Blackjack, G3 Temper, the likes, not even picking up placements, but they don't need to. And of course, Cryptics still in that pole position with 227 points. And I like the consistency that's coming through from the placement points to the elimination points.
Yeah, and we see a really strong effort being put forth there by the players from Team Myth with 120 placement points. In fact, the highest in the lobby. And, well, you know, we can see the players there from Cryptics also leading the lobby on their 125 eliminations. So some really strong numbers on the board once again. But we see a really good balanced approach coming through from the side there of G3 Temper with 87 and 84 points. But now as we move over on towards that second page, this is where things are also starting to get a little bit more interesting. Intruder all the way up on towards 23 points now. So they're definitely starting to apply a few of those strategies. They're really starting to find their rhythm coming into the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, a jump from 7 to 23, this is what we were needing from them. And I said, we just applied the pressure just right, you know? It's like they could hear us maybe through the grapevine, and they really put on a fantastic performance, which is what we wanted to see from them. It's just virtual gaming that still seems to be falling short, but we'll see how it goes for the rest of the weekend and obviously for the rest of the day. We still have 2 more maps that they have to play and 2 more opportunities for them to maybe change it up a bit.
Yeah, talking about changing it up, of course, we are going to be heading over on towards Sanhok for our 4th match of the day. But before we go anywhere, I want to give a big shout out to Nimo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. So much love going out there to Nimo TV. But of course, much love going out to the map of Sanhok, which we are going to be seeing stepping onto the battlefield. Thanks, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is the second Super Weekend, day one. And of course, we're getting ready to our fourth match of the day. That will see us moving straight up into a little bit of the jungle action over on towards Sanhok. But of course, before we go anywhere, we want to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, of course, we would love to hear what your guys' thoughts are as to who will be the team walking away with the winner chicken dinner at the end of Sanhok. We've seen several teams having some really successful runs previously, but who do you think will be the one to step up and claim themselves that lovely chicken? Of course, you can hit us up on Facebook and Instagram, heading over on towards PUBG Mobile Esports Africa. Let us know. So we look forward to hear what they are. But now it is time for us to jump straight on through, and we were talking a little bit in the break of a few things we'd like to see potentially coming into this game.
Yeah, I mean, Virtual Gaming, we know they had a huge performance on Sanhok during the league week, which of course we had a very Sanhok heavy week, so it makes sense. But it's really where I kind of saw the lights coming through from them for the first time. You know, they showed some huge promise. But of course, we know it's their first day in the Super Weekend, so I want to see if Sanhok is their map, or, you know, was it just the league play that was maybe changing it up for them a little bit? I want to see what their performance is going to bring, and if this is going to be that devastating performance that we need for them to really just have a huge leap on the first day of the second Super Weekend.
Well, there's a potential for that, right? We did see, looking back at their performances over in league play at Sanhok itself, that they had 2 third places in their performances there. So there's an opportunity for them now to look to replicate that coming into these matches, but it's going to be a bit of a tough start for them because they've dropped up into Paradise, into a little bit of that hot drop action, right? So they are going to be finding themselves alongside the players there from the super young stars, and it's so far been a relatively fair exchange on either side, with Zeus now getting confirmed on through, and we do have Lashin now for the side of the super young stars also getting hit, but we also see several more actually starting to break out in the feed. So the team's still definitely trying to establish their positions, as they do have a little bit of unwelcome company sharing those locations.
Look, I love this. It's the rematch we've been waiting for. The entire week, we had Super Young Stars and Virtual Gaming dropping on Paradise and taking this engagement. But usually in that time, it was Virtual Gaming that would run around with the kills. They would normally drop one, and unfortunately that's already happened, but then take the rest of the team, and they constantly, I mean, time after time after time, we saw Virtual Gaming just absolutely dominating here up in Paradise. So is that going to be replicated? And that's going to start right now. You can see Super Young Stars taking up the pressure, getting closer and closer to both Petrox and Alpha Luigi, who are just frantically trying to find an angle back into this one. I mean, they're still busy looting up, and Super Young Stars, they're just looking to get involved.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that, because we know it's the map of Sanhok. It is a map that opens itself up to those overly aggressive plays, and this could be an absolutely fantastic play coming in for the side of Super Young Stars, but also a super devastating performance coming in for the players here from Virtual Gaming. So Virtual Gaming, they need to come up with a strategy of how to best counteract these approaches coming through from the side of the Super Young Stars. Otherwise, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a tough one, as we see Alpha Luigi now also getting knocked right on down.
Yeah, Virtual Gaming, they have poked a whole different bear this time around. Super Young Stars, they have brought their A game into the Super Weekend, into their second Super Weekend. So, I mean, they're not, you know, scared for points. They're not devastated, but they'd definitely be happy to get a little revenge onto Virtual Gaming. Alpha Luigi, of course, being down, and MGI, I mean, just turning the corner could get that confirmation. But where is the rest of the team is the question. Of course, One Shot just lurking around here somewhere, and Super Young Stars, they don't want to forget about that. You know, it might go to their detriment. And the rest of the hot drops on the map have started calming down. I mean, you know, we lit up the feed just a little bit, but for the rest, we still have 16 teams.
Yeah, we did see, of course, Blackjack as well as the players here from Masters Esports, each losing a player a little bit earlier on. But now the attention turns to the team here from Virtual Gaming, right? Will they be able to bounce back from this? They've now been reduced down to only 2 remaining players. It is going to be Petrox and One Shot, but it's now going to be up to what fate has in store for them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we do see the players here from Team Unique now looking to venture a little bit further up towards the position in Bantai. But they got to be careful, because only do we see one of the players there from the side of Masters Esports, Ilyas, but we also have Momin and the rest of the players there from Team Myth not too far away either.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's coming through here from Masters Esports. They have already dropped a player, so I don't think they'd be very happy to lose Ilyas, who I believe Team Unique have already spotted based on the little bit of sneaking that Shills are showing here. They're looking right dead at Ilyas and just waiting for a little bit of that sneaky peek, and they do have scope just behind them. Trying to just take a little bit of a flank, maybe get a little bit of scouts going there. But yeah, like you said, Myth is involved here. Ilyas is hopping and skipping away from those bullets, trying to stay alive. But for how long can that be the case? Of course, just a beautiful flank here. This is the pincer, movement we've been waiting for from some of these teams, and it's been executed by Team Unique to at least pick up one elimination, and maybe they'll take that a little bit further with Team Myth. Though rotations still happening, still looking a little bit, I guess a little bit stir crazy would be Blackjack Esports. I mean, they've taken a little bit of a rotation very close to YONKOUS as well, who are also very split up.
Yeah, and also a very split up play we see coming through here from eFlex. Rather isolated from the rest of the team, but it is Sanhok, so they are some distance away, but they're not too far away, right? We have them just sitting over on towards the hills north of Bootcamp. But now with G3 looking to roll on through, we can see a very random-ish kind of approach coming through here from G3, right? They're trying to make it rather difficult for any of those shots to connect should they decide to come through. But they got to be careful, because we've got the players from Darkness also now rolling up right behind them, with the addition of Zero Tolerance pulling in from that eastern side. So we could again see the teams really starting to bottom to this region, and well, up comes Darkness. So this is another opportunity now for G3 to get into a fight, as we can see Nacho already getting downed. But now Buden right there sends out the nade, tries to find an opening, does find a little bit of damage onto the side of Darkness. But they are utilizing these rocks, and the same can be said for the side here of G3. So it is going to be a little bit of an exchange, a little bit of a back and forth. And look up, Tornado now starts to push on in. Those utilities getting sent on over. Buden feels a big sting coming in, but now Flacco is going to be the last one left. Oh. Wow, Darkness just so aggressively moving in here.
This is what I'd love to see on a Sanhok. I mean, we've had third-party meta the entire night, so bringing this back onto, the perfect map for third-partying, for close-quarter combats, this seems to be where Darkness really shines. I mean, they got 3 eliminations. They still got, for the most part, all of their members alive. We'll see how long that lasts, of course, because Zero Tolerance now pulling up on the action, looking to capitalize on the timing here between G3 Temper and Darkness, and it's looking good for them with Vortex picking up Manuel and Whiskey. Oh no.
Oh, yeah, it is a big oh no, as Moment is now left to try and defend while Tornado tries to pull those reses off. But Skydo not going to be sitting around and waiting. We also see now the players there from G3 going down at the hand of 1 million. But up comes those grenades, those utilities getting sent on through, in Darkness now trying to bounce back from this position. They had so many devastating hits coming into the side there of G3, but unfortunately, they weren't able to follow all the way through. But now another opportunity presents itself. With the players here from Zero Tolerance looking to move in, Darkness can still make a comeback. They still have a few positions to try and play, as we can see Tornado also now quickly retreating for that res. But I'm loving the spanner that 1 million is throwing into the works.
Absolutely. I mean, just getting involved at the right time could land your team some very much needed points here. We can see Hates trying to, fight back just a little bit, but it's going to be so careful here, because the longer they take, the longer there is an opportunity for other teams to get involved and potentially take them out. So, I mean, 1 apiece each. Zero Tolerance, they got a knock. 1 million got a knock. It's not looking too crazy just yet, but again, I mean, Darkness is still here. We've got Intruders pulling up alongside them as well. I mean, there's so many potential contentions and third parties that can happen just in the center zone that it's going to be tough. And with that zone shift now that is going to be pulling through, maybe that's going to be the decision maker here for these teams to just disengage.
Well, no,
no,
no need, no
mm-mm.
need. But we
Nah.
also see Virtual Gaming sitting up onto the hilltops right in north of Bootcamp. Now, that could be a really nice position for them to be in. And we also see Cryptics very, very split. That is that's a quite an aggressive split, if we can call it that. But also now we see a few rotations starting to make their way on through. We got the players there from Myth pushing up in towards Pi9, right behind the players there from Masters Esports. We've of course got Blackjack coming in alongside the players there from Team Umbra towards Quarry. But center zone, it does seem like the teams are starting to break off a little bit, just slightly disengaging, looking to create a little bit more breathing room here for themselves.
You know what's interesting is Cryptics has been that split up from when they dropped. Right? They haven't regrouped at any point. Like, Lazy Boy and Marshall have been on their own mission since the get-go. So I don't know quite yet what Cryptics are planning, but we'll see what happens a little bit later on. Now you can see a couple more rotations coming on through. Blackjack Esports, of course, very, very close between YONKOUS and Team Umbra. So they're going to be keeping their heads on a swivel with Team Myth actually pulling up into Masters territory there towards Pi9. So not sure if there's contention that's going to break out there. We might be seeing the feed lighting up, maybe not in favor of Masters, as they, as we know, currently down with a duo. And they're just bunkering down, hoping that Myth don't spot them out for the time being. Yeah, no, I think we're good. I think we're good.
Yeah, I mean, Masters Esports, they're just going to be playing the quiet game, just trying to ride out the storm, letting the players here from Myth rotate past them. And I do think that's a relatively good call for them because, as you pointed out, they are only a duo and it was a full squad looking to rotate through. So you don't want to get caught up in any of those uncomfortable positions. But speaking about uncomfortable positions, we jump straight over on towards Blackjack and YONKOUS here. As we can see, Blackjack a little bit split up on towards that more western side, with YONKOUS very split up. Two players on the western side of Quarry, the other two sitting over on towards that eastern side. So it is going to make things at least a little bit more challenging for them here to try and close that up. But also now up north, we do see the players here from Cryptics, at least two of them, starting to venture up in towards Paradise. But the super young stars, they are just waiting for them to roll on through. As you can see, Cronboy finding that first one. The rest of Cryptics also now about to move on in. As you can see, Gary Boy and the rest of the squad now just hugging the edge of the rock formation here, trying to see if they can find any of those potential lineups. But Chala could be a huge, huge position to play.
Yeah, Cryptics, I mean, this is the first time now that they've regrouped and they're going to be staring down the barrel here of super young stars. Lash now going to be avoiding the nades for the time being, and I do like the position that Chala is sitting in. Potentially a huge flank that could come through if Cryptics just push on a little bit more forward. Of course, Lashin also here, holding that potential crossfire just here towards the bottom. Needs to be careful though. Marshall getting close and personal, using that beautiful trick to just silently, potentially sneak up here towards Lashin. Oh, but what comes through? Super young stars. They're going to be ready for it. MGI holding Lashin's back and saying, no flanks here today.
They said thanks, but no flanks. So now the pressure is on, as Cryptics are having quite a bit of a backlash as Lashin and the rest of the team here from the Super Young Stars come rushing on forward. It is down now to Senke and Carry Boy, and Chala now getting caught in a little bit of an uncomfortable position as Carry Boy comes through with the hits, but up comes Lashin, down goes Carry Boy, down goes Lashin. Senke, the last one left. Beautiful back and forth, quick confirmation coming through there at Senke, but will Senke now be able to clutch it out for his team? As you can see, MGI just crawling around. Cronboy trying to pull off that race. Senke not even going to be bothering with the race. Onto Gary Boy. Will he be able to close it up? No! Cronboy clutches it out. And with that, the Super Young Stars send Cryptics backing.
That was a huge investment, or maybe a bit of a risk coming through from Senke, just trying to potentially catch Cronboy off guard. But I mean, the audio cues were there. They got themselves set up and ready for it, and a beautiful recovery coming through from Super Young Stars. And for the time being, hopefully they can be able to set up. We can see Team Umbra just rotating a little bit close there towards Paradise, but of course Darkness now finding Blackjack Esports, looking to take them back into the lobby, saying, here you go, I have made a beautiful path for you. Manuel says yes, that will be it for you. Blackjack Esports holding it and being the 13th team out, so placement point territory for the rest.
Yeah, I mean, Darkness, they're just shining the light, or showing the Blackjack where the light is at the end of the tunnel. That of course is over in towards the lobby where they are now finding themselves. But I mean, center zone, this is where the action is going to start boiling over once again. And it is Intruder and Myth now starting to defend the position up on towards these hills just south there of Bootcamp. You can see Ramsey now deciding to maybe reposition elsewhere, trying to just utilize the coverage of the rocks while they try to push down towards that southern side. And a good hold coming in here from Intruder, but they are going to be tested, right? It's not just Myth. We have Darkness. We've got the players there from Lusail. Depending on where this next phase goes, it could potentially even be the players there from 1 million that could also be venturing it up in towards this direction. But speaking about pressure, we also see Slime4KT now creeping up behind the players there from Virtual Gaming. So we'll be keeping our eye on the feed, looking to see if any of those engagements come through. But for the time being, Myth now trying to find a way to bounce back. And of course, Umbra, speaking of bouncing back, looking to find a way to bounce back up in towards the zone.
Yeah, they'll have to go right through Slime4KT to do it. But of course, not Zero, but Super Young Stars just flying on through. They might be going down to 0 very quickly, as there's 2 knocks coming on through, leaving only 1 remaining. Maybe I just had some preemptive knowledge there, but we'll see. Slime4KT now trying to hold the line as well. Lots of damage being just thrown back and forth. It's huge contention here for the zone.
Yeah, a lot of contention is going to continue all over the place. And this is where things are getting quite interesting for the side of Umbra, because Blue Zone has with them, they are now starting to sip on that that highly potent juice, seeing that it is about to hop into 4th phase. So the damage held up, but also now the players there from Slime4KT feeling the pressure, right? We got the team there from 1 million tapping away at them steadily, but the zone now staying over in towards Bootcamp. So this is where the position of Intruder is going to be essential, especially for the teams rotating up from the west as well as that southern position, because that is still a very controlling position to have.
Oh, this is going to be a fun one. Of course, now YONKOUS having to make the rotation potentially right through Darkness or in between Zero Tolerance and Darkness. So it's going to be a tough choice for them, as well as Myth having to look at a sandwich or nothing at all. Masters right up behind as the duo, just trying to stay alive in this one. And Lusail having a little bit of a duo split coming through from that western side. The northern side as well, just looking hugely contested. Zero Tolerance on the east, holding their time, buying their time, waiting for everyone to just make their choices as they hopefully can be left alone to their own devices, waiting for the zones to come on through. I do see T'Challa all the way up in the zone, still there towards Paradise, so I'm not sure what's going to happen there, because unfortunately we did see them down to a single player. T'Challa back in zone with 4 phases in, not looking good for them. YONKOUS now feeling the pressure.
A lot of pressure. I mean, this is definitely not an easy play to make. Coming in from the south, having so many teams positioned up ahead, and the players here from Darkness directly in front of them, the gatekeepers trying to keep them away from the light, maybe trying to push them towards the light. Ooh, that could be a thing. But now, this is where the north is just get super crazy. I mean, we got Virtual Gaming here, we've got the players from Slime4KT, we've got Lusail, we got 1 million, all now looking to find a position towards the northern side of Bootcamp.
This is going to be difficult for 1 million esports, but you see Lusail already feeling a little bit of that welcome party coming on through, and unfortunately the welcome party does include a huge surplus of lead. It's not a fun time. 1 million still holding their position for the time being. Virtual Gaming up close and personal as the duo, looking for a little bit of something here as Slime4KT come knocking on their door, but one shot was ready for it. Now Plaza rotating on in, trying to help out their teammates. Maybe a beautiful nade might be what they need, but Virtual Gaming have plenty of space to work with here, and also, unfortunately, plenty of entryways to cover. With so many teams vying for this position, it's going to be a tough one.
Ooh, look at that nade. Oh, being sent away in 12th place, but it's not going to, as we can see, so many teams continue to move in, and that zone now forcing them over on towards the eastern side.
Oh, and Super Young Stars somehow still in this thanks to the healing strat, yeah, coming through from T'Challa. So we'll see how long that lasts, but already they have capitalized on a couple of placement points here. Now Darkness, the next team to potentially give some space here for Super Young Stars. If you see the nades being punted on through the window, as YONKOUS are looking for a little bit of revenge. Whiskey trying to hold the line, get the res coming through here. But when do you do that when there's just absolute carnage coming through thanks to YONKOUS? a beautiful, beautiful return here thanks to Tornado as they get the trade, get themselves into 9th place for now. Let's see how far they can take this.
Well, Tornado just kicking up an absolute storm there, but of course we see Bamboo still trying to find their way back up in towards the zone. Intruders positioned right up ahead, right, making it so difficult. Aimer now getting picked up by the blue, and we see the players there from Lusail as well as 1 million still having to now push back in towards the zone, coming in from that western side. Meanwhile, this eastern side is looking so beautifully set up. We got Darkness just welcoming so many teams in. Intruder not really knowing where to rotate. 1 million feeling the pressure. Lusail feeling the pressure. That blue zone just being absolutely devastating. Black Lost just looking on as Salam falls right in front of them. But now, this is a super tough one. 6 teams left. A lot of the players still situated out in that blue zone. Intruder Africa feeling the pressure as Umbra steps up with controlling numbers coming into the zone with that 1 million. Get eliminated. Intruder having their numbers reduced down to only 1. Slime also now down to only Storm. And this is where Intruder is now just trying to hold on for dear life. Umbra looking quite beautifully set up. Quite a controlling position coming in over on towards the western side. But Zero Tolerance also now rolling up and rocking up with all 4 players. Taking a very spread out approach. A lot of angles can be covered from there. And what a jump that is as Intruder Africa Omar looks to make a bit of a stand. Of course, Weiss has been raced on up. PRZ now cooks up the nade, sends it through, but a quick response coming through from Weiss. Oh, PRZ gets lit on fire, but with that, Weiss goes down. It is now the end of the road for Intruder as Omar also now gets straight by Wasted. And we're down to our final 4 teams.
I think what's insane is that Charla has managed to survive all the way up into 4th place for Super Young Stars, and for the moment, still there. So if 4KT go down here, Super Young Stars find themselves at 3rd place, all the way from 12th. That's insane. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but now Storm having to hold the line here for Slime 4KT as both Zero Tolerance and Team Umbra are looking to take them out. And of course, Zero Tolerance here, they have the numbers advantage. They just need to hold the line. If they can pick up a couple of eliminations, not only will Super Young Stars thank them, but of course, the rest of their points will as well. Skydo going to be first one to lead up, and there it is. A pretty easy fight when the rest of your team has your back. Super Young Stars still alive, and Team Umbra now the only team that is keeping Zero Tolerance from picking up a winner-winner chicken dinner.
And this is where Zero Tolerance will have 0 tolerance with the side of Umbra. They're only up against Wasted and Shadowwind, but do not take them for granted. Both the players situated in that building up ahead are very skilled, right? We've seen some absolutely devastating plays come from them, and now it is just down to the luck of the draw. I mean, Shadowwind trying to smoke it up, sending out those utilities, trying to provide as much burns here to the players from Zero Tolerance, but Wasted now defending the window. ST Vortex trying frantically to get in. Oh, Shadowwind getting hit as Lord lands the shot, and now Wasted, the last remaining hopeful. Up comes Vortex, down he goes. Skydo landing the finishing blow, and it is the end of the road for Team Umbra, taking that 2nd place, but Zero Tolerance stepping up to the challenge, claiming that winner chicken dinner.
I honestly, I hope that the comms for Super Young Stars right now are lit up to the next level, because Charla got them at 3rd place. just off of surviving, probably on top of the bodies of his teammates, picking up all the mids. But huge play coming through for them with those 6 eliminations. Going to be very fun. Again, congratulations to Zero Tolerance. Absolutely beautiful performance coming through for them, and Team Umbra as well, picking up, that 2nd place. Ultimately, I think this is really what Zero Tolerance have been needing. They've been wanting that winner chicken dinner for obvious reasons, $500, obvious reasons, but also to pick up a huge, devastating game to jump up those leaderboards, because they've had a tough time. They had to fight to get into the 2nd Super Weekend, and now this is a huge opportunity of points. I love it. Absolutely. Congratulations.
Yeah, nothing tastes better than a beautiful winner chicken dinner on a super weekend. But of course, Sanhok, a beautiful map for the teams to step up, continue with the chaos we've been seeing in our previous 3 matches of the day. I mean, both Erangels and Miramar just super insane. Right now, stepping over onto the jungle here over in Sanhok, the team's just continuing to push it further and further and further. And I'm absolutely loving it. And I mean, this is only the first day of Super Weekend, right? We still have 2 more days to go after today. And as we saw on the last Super Weekend, things just keep on going up and up and up. And that third day being vastly different from what we saw coming in on the very first day of Super Weekend. So some absolutely phenomenal PUBG coming in. I think more and more excited as we progress through these Super Weekends. I mean, like I said last week, I was super impressed with the performances coming through from the teams and quite hopeful for the future of PUBG, well, not just PUBG, but esports in general in the Africa scene. And looking at what they bring it to the table now, I mean, like, I'll just repeat my words again, but putting even more emphasis on that because it just keeps on going up and up. And that's what we love to see. But of course, speaking about what we love to see, we also have a few of those highlights that are going to be making their way on through. And I mean, there were so many plays. I am just so pleased that I am not the one that has to choose the highlights.
Oh yeah, no. It's the last thing that I would have wanted to do, but thankfully we're not the ones to do it. So highlights on your screens right now. Let's enjoy them all together.
So beautiful to see all those. I mean, I do think Skydo there was stressing for a little bit when that nade just popped right in front of him. It's like, oh, right? But at least, you know, it wasn't too devastating. But some beautiful plays coming through there once again. And yet again, a very satisfying match. I'm loving where this is going. The teams just keep on pushing it. But of course, let's see how hard they pushed it and how many points they were able to bring in this last match.
I think it's going to be a huge jump for a couple of these teams, especially Zero Tolerance picking up 23 points and Umbra right behind them with those 20 points. Again, as I mentioned, Super Young Stars right now need to be absolutely screaming Chala's name out of their mouths for getting that 3rd place, picking up those 10 placement points and the 6 eliminations that they had, received previously, landing them on 16 points. Still looking very good. Darkness picking up a huge set of elimination points, actually the highest on the score, so they land themselves in 5th place. Beautiful points for many of these teams, and I can't wait to see what that last match is going to look like.
Oh, yeah, the last page indeed. And here we are. We see YONKOUS coming in with a 4 points. Masters Esports coming in on 3. Lusail picking up those 2 placement points. Team Unique picking up the 2 elimination points. And then, of course, we got Virtual Gaming, Cryptics, each walking away with 1 point. Blackjack, G3, a little bit of a match for them, right? But we know they flourish on the other maps, so it's fine. At least there's one Sanhok in the Super Weekend, but now on per day, rather. All right, so let's hop on over into our overall rankings to see how these points have then impacted the overall standings. Of course, Cryptics still maintaining the lead there on 228 points, just advancing up by 1. And then, of course, we got the players there from Team Myths on 214. Temper getting a little bit closer, but of course, we saw no points being awarded to them for this match, so they are still maintaining the exact same position as we saw last. But now, as we move over on towards that second page, still we see that steady approach coming through from the side. Already 32 points being brought in. They're inching their way there. They're getting closer to it.
Oh yeah, they might get to the halfway marker there of Triple Esports and the points that they were able to accumulate, and then they still have 2 days worth of games ahead of them to really take that even further. Virtual Gaming, they still got a bit of a path ahead of them, but still, like I said, one more match for today, 2 more days for the rest of the Super Weekend, still plenty of opportunities to pick up some points, and just those devastating wins that really, really make a huge impact.
Yeah, it is absolutely beautiful to see. And of course, let us know what your thoughts are. Hit us up on social media. Head on over to Facebook and Instagram. So look for PUBG Mobile Esports Africa. Tell us what you've been thinking of the Super Weekend so far. Just these first few games. Absolutely crazy play, if you ask me. Of course, we got still one more match to go. Let us know who you think will be walking away with that winner chicken dinner. And we'll see you just on the other side of the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Split 2022. Of course, this is our second Super Weekend, and we are getting ready to move into our final match of the very first day. But before we go anywhere, I want to give a big shout out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun to celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports in 2022. Now, as we've seen the teams today just really popping off all over the world, head into our final Erangel of the day. I think it's going to be hot.
Oh yeah, look, it's going to be spicy, absolutely. The teams are really going to bring it in this last game because especially, I mean, why not? You know, it's the first day of Super Weekend. Let's finish off the day with an absolute banger and get as many points as we really can. For some of the teams, they've set themselves up so high that honestly, all that they really need to worry about now is how many winner chicken dinners can they pick up? Because of course, we know those winner chicken dinners have an extra $500 attached to them. I don't know if it comes through on the spice on the chicken. Maybe it's the pan made of solid gold. I'm not sure. But either way, they want those winner chicken dinners.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see some really strong efforts being put in by the teams to try and lock those chickens in. We saw teams just popping off over the place. And I mean, in our distribution of chickens across the board, it's looking pretty good, right? We've got all the teams we've got Blackjack, we've got Zero Tolerance, we've got Slime, we've got players from Unique, we've got 1 million, we've got the players there from Lusail, we've got Tempo, we've got Myth, we've got Cryptics, everyone sitting with a minimum of 1 chicken to their belt. Now, around this weekend, day one, we haven't seen any back-to-back chickens coming in, but what we have seen is teams that have not had an opportunity of picking up a chicken succeeding in doing exactly that.
Exactly. And I think that's the most important thing for many of these teams is they start that first day of Super Weekend off with an absolutely fantastic momentum shift because, again, if you're coming in, you're like, okay, well, you know, last weekend wasn't too great, but let's see what we can do this weekend. You get yourself a winner chicken dinner. All of a sudden, not only do you have that extra $500, we're like, hey, excuse me, we just did that. We just took on the rest of the lobby, the absolutely insanely competitive lobby, and came out on top. We can still do this. We can take that momentum through to the rest of the weekend and into this last game. So I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing maybe a return winner coming through for this last match, or if once again we're going to see a brand new team picking up their first winner chicken dinner. That would be absolutely insane for the first day of Super Weekend. But again, we're still just getting started. And Erangel, we know Erangel, they know Erangel even better than we do, so this is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I'm definitely hoping to see another team step up and grab hold of one of those chickens because, as we know, right, there's extra money connected to those chickens. As you said already, they just taste so nice, be it because they are fried in a golden pan. We don't know. We will never know what the reason is for the chicken tasting that good. It's a family secret, right? It's a trade secret. We will never know the truth behind it. But, of course, the teams will be fortunate enough to have an opportunity to get a hold of one of those chickens. So I'm expecting quite a few interesting things to come onto the battlefield moving into this final Erangel of the day. And, I mean, yeah, so far we've seen a pretty good and strong push coming through from Intruder Africa. They've really trying to make it through. We have not really seen the players from Virtual Gaming succeeding all that much just yet, but still, first day, we get it, right? Tomorrow, we don't get it. Tomorrow, we need to see that happening, but maybe that could all change coming into this match. And as we saw over in league play, the players there from Virtual Gaming, they were relatively aggressive, right? They were the team with, I believe, the second highest amount of eliminations coming through, just being 5 behind the players there from the side of Team Lusail. But, well, we're not going to have to wait too long to find out what the teams are going to be doing. As we can see, of course, our lovely Saverni just below, or as would say, Servni.
I never said it. I only spelt it wrong. Okay, listen. I can speak. I can't spell. So no one heard me say it. But now that you've mentioned it, maybe I will. Okay.
Yeah.
So, all the way from Saverni down to Ferry Pier, as we see many of the teams having opportunities to get their usual drop sites. So plenty of opportunities. I do like, though, that Intruders were immediate, almost immediate to, when they came back on Erangel, switch up their drop side, right? They had such bad luck there on towards military base, which was fairly okay for them the entirety of League Week, but as soon as they got that contention, as soon as they saw, oh, okay, look, this is an awkward rotation. Yes, we can take potentially that western bridge, or we can go to the east and go into, you know, G3 Temper and the likes. They immediately switch it up. So I like the change up coming through from them. And now Virtual Gaming, similar. They leave Lipovka and they go to Severny, not Severny, or what do we say? Severny, yeah. No, not that one, the other one. So potential change up for them. We'll just see how they handle the pressure that's being applied with Team Unique.
Well, we could see a little bit more pressure now coming through because, well, we do see the action up in towards Severny, as you've been talking about. But looking at where the zone is going, we do see Everest being smack dab center zone. And last time we had a zone like this, it was pretty action-packed. So I'm excited to see what the teams are going to bring this time around. Also, if we look all the way down south, we've got Intruder and Masters Esports kind of on a very, very similar approach, potentially even a crash collision course. So we'll keep an eye on those developments. But the pressure in the early game is going to be on right here in towards Severny with the players from Virtual and Unique now having to dance rather if either of them are looking to make it out of this compound successfully.
Masters and Intruders once again finding themselves there by that military base, and Team Unique and Virtual Gaming have a little bit of a different stance here in the last Erangel of the day. But the rest of the teams looking fairly standard. We do see 1 million pulling up in towards Milta. Darkness finding themselves just a little bit north of that, maybe close towards Potato Hill. As we see a couple rotations still happening, and Super Young Stars again finding themselves there down towards a little bit of Quarry, a little bit of Primorsk. Once again, Charla on their own. I guess, you know, they had such a good heal off. They can potentially wait for the time being. Maybe take it solo. But I like the rest of the split. And G3 Temper finding Gutka, which is a nice change up for them. They might even find an early elimination. That's just sneaking behind the tractor here. And if you just take a little bit of a peek, you know, you could find something. Oh, Nacho. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, Nacho trying to tell Ramsey there that is a Nacho tractor. Let's send it through and try and push him away. Up comes the second one, and it is successful. So Nacho just making that message very, very clear. But of course, now the team here from Myth also going to be looking to push on through. So I'm hoping that Nacho can now back up that statement, right? Because we see a 3-player team rushing forward. So Nacho is pretty isolated. Broly, of course, is going to be starting it off, and
Payback.
Yeah. Payback stings, right? It stings a little bit. I wanted to say something else, but we can't, so we'll just go with sting. But of course, now Six God was on the approach to provide a helping hand, but unfortunately, Team Myth couldn't wait around for that support to come in, and so they just stepped up, and now Six is like, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. You can have the compound. You can have the tractor. Ramsey is still alive. You know, he got hurt, but that's it, right?
He got a bit of a scare. Just a little bit. But yeah, unfortunately for the time being, G3 Temper will have to leave Nacho in the ground as they rotate on out into the rest of the map. Maybe even towards Everest. We'll see how that goes through. Either way, Myth pick up the first elimination for the last Erangel of the day. And Team Unique and Virtual Gaming are still looking to see how they can get involved here. They are in zone, so they have time. They're also going to be left alone for the time being because no one for the time being, I'm going to say that twice because, again, we know what happens on Erangel. Things can get crazy. No one is going to be rotating up north for now. There's only zero tolerance that is only in the form of Skydo that's even remotely close to them. So they can invest into this. They can take a team elimination. And for Virtual Gaming, this could be huge to set them up for the rest of this map.
Yeah, it could definitely be an absolutely huge play, but only time will tell how they are going to be playing this one, right? Because at any point in time, decisions can be made, and they can either be successful or a little bit less so. So the pressure and the onus is going to be on the teams to try and make the best possible decision that they think is the best decision at that point in time. But elsewhere in zone, we do see several rotations now starting to come through as well. So, well, I'm hopeful to see, in fact, both teams here, Unique and Virtual Gaming, disengaging and rotating up in towards zone, because we'd love to see them fight it out a little bit later on as well, you know, making it up into those later stages. And particularly a team like Virtual Gaming, they cannot afford to get taken out early, right?
No.
They need to try and ride it out. They need to ride the storm all the way into those late phases. And the only way they're going to get it done now is by putting a little bit of distance between themselves and the players here from Unique, grabbing a vehicle and just yeeting themselves out of Serverni.
Yeah, I gotta dip out of dodge there because they don't know. What did you just call it?
Serverni.
No, I'm not repeating that. Yeah, so Vernie looking a little bit crazy. So Virtual Gaming now for the time being, maybe taking a little bit more control and setting themselves up. But we'll see what Fate has in store for them or what Unique has in store for them. Rest of the team still having to make rotations. Intruder particularly still down there towards the military island, towards the eastern part of the military island. So very far rotation from them. Phantom shaking in his boots now because Zeus has found the right building. Oh, turn around!
Yeah, but that's a mistake. I mean, like I said, Virtual Gaming, they should disengage and yeet themselves back up into wood zone. It is not worth the fight, right? Unique can afford to fight here because looking at the position of Unique, they're sitting all the way up into wood 7th position, right? Several points ahead. So, yeah, I mean, Virtual Gaming definitely... either they need to succeed here, but yeah, I don't think it was the wisest decision for Virtual Gaming to make.
No, yeah, look, Petrox now, off the building we go, surviving for the time being. But look at the rest of your team, Unique, pulling up on them right now, holding off for the line. But wow, okay, so Virtual Gaming actually pulled that around, pick up the 4 eliminations at the expense of Zeus once again, which that seems to be a pattern, but at least they pick up the eliminations. For the rest of the game now, play it safe. Play it calculated. Play it however you need to make sure you stay alive. Because again, as you've said, this could be a huge game for them. If they can just hold out and fight a little bit later, the teams are so aggressive that they're going to find themselves in a third-party potential eventually. So hold off for now. You know, just make sure that you take those decisions as they come through. But Intruders, again, like I mentioned earlier, huge rotation that still has to happen for them. Alongside 1 million, who are still pretty close there towards Multipower. I'm not sure if they're going to take a northern rotation, maybe up towards Stalber, maybe coming out there towards Severny by Virtual Gaming, or Yasnaya there by Slime4KT. We'll see what they have in store for us for the time being. Still the first zone, so they have some options to work with here. And of course, Masters going down towards... beautiful, beautiful bridge, completely uncontested, not having to worry about a single thing, as still plenty of space. It's only really that center band that's hugely contested, maybe, you know, leaning a little bit up there towards the northwestern side. Zone now gonna be favoring that huge band, so wow, okay, opportunity here for many of the teams.
Yeah, and now particularly for the players positioned right up in it towards ruins, right? So that is going to be 0 tolerance. And of course, we see the players there from YONKOUS also now moving through. But G3 holding that position up onto Everest. And that could be an absolutely beautiful one for them to play from. But Cryptics also now starting to roll on through. And it is going to be a race for the cube, right? That little compound just on the opposite end of the bridge. That is where a lot of these teams are trying to race towards, because that is also a very controlling position to be holding. So no surprise to see great minds thinking alike as they all come rushing on forward. And it is going to turn into a rather brutal fight for control of that position. We'll see the feed potentially starting to light up as these teams get closer and closer together. But now, YONKOUS starting to advance on to the side here of 0 tolerance. And look at this. Havlik. Oh, tries to walk over Lord, literally. But Lord, just staying down, manages to clutch that one out. And I mean, that is one down onto the side of YONKOUS. And of course, that is one elimination on board right there for 0 tolerance. But still, a very good approach coming in from 0 tolerance. YONKOUS, not quite sure what they were doing, but they can still bounce back from this.
Yeah, Havlik is going to be kicking themselves for that one. But yeah, Still an opportunity to hold the line. Blackjack Esports now finding themselves in a bit of an uncomfortable situation thanks to Virtual Gaming, who once again are looking for a couple of eliminations. Just narrowly missing Lelouch there with the buggy as they currently are finding themselves in a 3v3. Petrox now going down. Beautiful shot here from Lelouch to hold the line. Now, Alphalugi trying to get into the situation here with both of the knocks. It's going to be all down to Alphalugi, who gets rushed by Zane, and Blackjack confirmed Virtual Gaming back into the lobby. Not what we wanted. Exactly the situation we didn't want for them. But they'll have to come back tomorrow to get up a little bit of the rest of the points. Turning the attention now to the rest of the teams making the rotations, it's looking pretty congested.
But I sincerely hope that Virtual Gaming learned from today, right? And come back a little bit stronger tomorrow. That they don't make the same kind of plays that we saw them playing here today. Because yes, they could be well-planned strategies, but they were at the wrong time, right? No. But now, it is up to the rest of the lobby to, of course, fight it out to see who's going to be the one to walk away with that winner chicken dinner on board. And Zero Tolerance, for the time being, trying to fend off the players here from YONKOUS. And we do see a beautiful back and forth. And up comes GG next, trying to pick up the next knock. And, well, of course, they succeed. Down goes Skydo. And now it is up to the rest of the players here from Zero Tolerance to try and hold on. We can see Petrox, we can see Hate, as well as Lord, or rather Vortex. Now just keeping their distance, trying to play from all the way over towards Ruins. And I can't fault them because it is center zone. But it was a little bit risky having one of their players so far separated from them.
You know, I was talking about 1 million making a huge rotation, and they absolutely did that. Coming through now from that northern side there towards shooting range, completely uncontested. Zone now pulling once again towards Everest. So we know what Cryptics likes to say about Everest, so we'll see what's going to happen there. Not sure who's going to be the first to take it. Might be Super Young Stars. We do see T'Challa just ramping on up there. So nice little bit of an opportunity, but we know you can be the first team to hold Everest, but can you be the last? Because it gets absolutely crazy with teams just rushing on in to get that position.
Yeah, I do think a lot of teams are going to be testing out the strategy up towards Everest, potentially seeing that it's smack dab center zone once again, but we got a large migration coming through from the side, right? So Super Young Stars, as you said, first team up on Everest, but now YONKOUS still fighting it out here with Zero Tolerance. And they can afford to stay a little while longer because they still have position within zone. But I'm curious to see what's going to be happening on that side, because we got Myth, we got Darkness, as well as the players here from Masters Esports, all now rolling in towards the southern position. And they are looking to set up a controlling position here, because we know that they can reach up onto Everest from here. But it is going to be a very brutal fight, as that nade now hits up a little bit more than I think Bamboo would have wanted, but still a very good play nonetheless. Now we can see Broly coming under fire as the pressure is applied onto them once again. But Myth also just having one player up ahead and not the entire squad. So that could be a beautiful bit of a bait and pull coming through for the side now from Team Myth.
Look, Broly heard nades. Broly saw Bamboo's name. So Broly knows exactly what's up ahead of them. It is Masters who have been absolutely masterful with the nades they've been throwing. And finding themselves a beautiful team wipe does mean that they really start to pick up the points here. But can they hold the line? As we know, plenty of pressure that can be applied here thanks to Team Myth if they choose to get involved. Looks like Broly, though, is going to pull back. The call has been made, and they are looking rather for that rotation into zone. Get themselves set up. Now, YONKOUS and Zero Tolerance, maybe we're going to find the answer here. As YONKOUS say, FBI, open up. We've got your building, and we're looking to take it for our own hates. And Skydo now trying to hold the line, with Lord, as the flanks come through. And YONKOUS, a little bit of a 2-1 split. And I don't know if they know exactly where Zero Tolerance is hiding out here.
Yeah, not quite sure. I mean, there's a lot of smoke all over the place, but this is a beautiful opportunity now for the players here from Umbra to creep a little bit closer. But Lewis now potentially finding an angle. Not quite sure. He doesn't look too confident as to where he wants to send that. But Zero Tolerance having a good angle here. Just waiting to see if they can find those shots now and potentially close it out on towards the side of YONKOUS. But we're also waiting to see where this next zone pop is going to be taking us, as we see G3 Now, just right there on the northern side of Everest, but the fight is about to break out on top of Everest as we see the zone now kind of keeping Everest in play so the Super Young Stars and Lusail can continue with their advances. But speaking about advances, Cryptics are now coming rushing forward right on towards 1 million. And finally, Zero Tolerance and YONKOUS break out into a bit of a fight.
Yeah, looking to finally get the answer to this. Who's going to come out on top? Now, Nate's being thrown towards Hate. He's going to be missing them for the time being. And again, Lewis looking for that angle to work with here. Going to pop one through right through the edges here of the window as Lord and Hates look to hold the line with Vortex. They're coming through from the flanking position, just looking for an angle here to get involved. Team Umbra now applying some pressure as well as Morteza has a beautiful line of sight onto what's happening on our screens right now. YONKOUS still frantically trying to find some sort of an answer here, but the smoke is being an absolute detriment to there. There goes the first knock coming through now. NNN7 going down. Morteza getting involved in making sure that confirmation is there. YONKOUS now down to a duo as Zero Tolerance look to get a bit of revenge on their behalf towards Team Umbra. And still, they're both in the building. One singular nade could be it all.
It could, but will it be? That is what we don't know just yet. But of course, Zero Tolerance, they're not even going to be bothered to send in those nades as we see Lord now just rushing on forward and quickly and swiftly dealing with the side of YONKOUS, sending all the remaining players right back in to the lobby. But now, this is an opportunity for Zero Tolerance to look to reposition themselves. Meanwhile, 1 million and Cryptics are going to be going at it as we do have those third-party shots coming through from the side of Intruder, positioned on the opposite end of the road. But here we have eFlex finding a beautiful shot right up in towards Lazy Boy. Will he find the next one? Oh no, Senke is there and he says, that's enough. You can go back to the lobby now.
Let's go. Beautiful pre-fire coming through here from Senke, just preempting where those angles are going to be needed. Lusail, Myth, and Super Young Stars now finding themselves here atop of Everest, with Myth applying the pressure onto Super Young Stars, and Lusail just lying in wait for the opportunity, but Broly here taking a little bit too much action, and unfortunately going down very narrowly as well with Momin. Ramsey now going down all of a sudden. Myth not looking good here, not looking healthy. As you can see, the HP just dropping. Farouk is down, and it's down to a sliver of HP moment as he gets the kit off. But for how long? Here comes the third party. Myth is out, and Lusail now know exactly where Super Young Stars are hiding.
Wow, that was just so brutal to watch, but I mean, some beautiful shooting coming in there, some beautiful third parties. And now Lusail, I mean, they're not done yet. Now they're turning their attention over towards the players here from Umbra. As we can see, Wasted right up on the front line. Boyka cooking up those nades, trying to reach across. PRZ took a little bit of damage, but was able to recover a majority of those. G3 Blackjack also going to be fighting it out over on towards the northern side. But now Umbra trying to find their way around this mountain. Are they going to try and push up? Or will we see Lusail trying to reach all the way down? Umbra definitely trying to find a bit of an opening, trying to blaze their way on through. But, well, Umbra now not even going to be waiting for Lusail to make a play as they start hammering away the players there from the Masters, rotating up from that southern side. The blue zone, of course, also getting ready to pop. Salam getting traded off as PRZ finds a beautiful angle, shifting up north. Down goes Boyka. And now Lusail down to 2. It is going to be Watson and Wanted trying to hold on to Everest. Will they be able to hold this position, at least for the time being, as Umbra is looking so relentless. They come rushing forward. Up comes Shadowwind, finds an angle almost onto Watson. Wanted right up ahead. Beautiful hits, heading straight up in towards his head, though. But of course, the players there from Masters Esports are looking to bring a little bit of a contribution into the fight here on Everest. Super Young Stars right alongside them, and down goes Wanted. Oh, sorry, that was Shadowwind. Wanted coming in with the hits. Morteza still alive. PRZ is still up. Wasted. Finding a few hits. And with that, down goes Lusail. Now, the Super Young Stars still having to rotate in all the way from that western side in the south. It is going to be a risky rotation. But now, Masters also trying to wrap around. Trying to get a bit of a potential gatekeep set up here, but they have not yet secured themselves a position within the zone. So it is going to be a super risky play. Bamboo now trying to use those trees, trying to blend in as they are trying to wrap around. Look at this. Sin and Angelo also now just creeping up onto the sides. They're looking for even more potential angles to rotate on through.
And Umbra, they have to make the rotation into the zone as well as Masters. So yes, they're holding the line for the time being, but they might be wasting some time with G3 Temper setting themselves up fairly center into zone into one of the only sets of buildings they can really work with. They are going to have to, however, fight Super Young Stars for control of this. We can see Cryptics as well pulling on up from their contention there towards the edge of Georgia Pool, and they are looking to find an angle in as well. Still 8 teams remaining, and we've got so little space to work with here. You can see there's trees, there's a couple of hills to cover, and of course the buildings we can see on our screen that are currently in control mostly by G3 Temper. It's only Super Young Stars that might be, you know, potentially able to do something here if Convoy can hit some insane shots. But Storm out in the open is going to be getting a little bit of a shock there thanks to Flacco. Not long before Flacco also decides to just close the door on the chaos that is waiting for them outside. Plenty of rotations that still need to happen here, DK.
Yeah, a lot of rotations having to come through. And of course, we see the players from Cryptics now trying to push in from that southern side, creeping closer on towards Umbra. But meanwhile, Slimefolk gonna try and play it up on towards the north, right? Trying to play these ridge lines. Blackjack now all the way up in the Wizard Towers, hoping that the zone shifts up in their direction. They still have awful players up, and of course now Reverb trying to get that bar up. But here we see Cryptics now come rushing forward onto the side of Umbra. We've got Morteza, PRZ, and Wasted. Down goes Scary Boy. Wasted now out in the blue. Lazy Boy cooking up the nades alongside Marshall. Will they be able to get those hits? And though, oh, down goes Wasted. Oh, come on, Carry Boy. Lazy Boy, so close. But Marshall, the one with the best health bar here, just dealing some absolutely devastating blows. 11 eliminations under the belt as the players from Cryptics now look to just strengthen their position, looking to get their numbers back on through. Morteza, our bullet magnet this time, looking to be the one that survives the longest for the side here of Umbra. Also, Masters Esports coming up right alongside them, but this is going to be a really difficult play now for Morteza. As you can see, Lazy Boy has actually got a beautiful line of sight. With that, down goes Morteza as the heads come through, and it's going to be the end of the road for Team Umbra in this final match. But now, Masters looking to find their opportunity to get a few hits in towards the players there from Cryptics. But again, I mean, we see Angelo positioned up within the zone, but down goes Angelo, so that anchor point now getting deleted, and up comes Blackjack, also looking to advance their own way forward. A Zero Tolerance Lord quickly is dealt with swiftly. But now, G3 still holding onto the compound, but it is not in zone. They have to push forward. Blue zone is going to force their hand. Slimefolk Ketina also going to be looking for a bit of an opening here. And, oh, yes, this is going to be so crazy play.
Absolutely. I mean, they're pushing the pressure onto G3 Temper, which is currently the only team keeping them from just getting on into the zone. Six God is going to be down, so Waden and Flacco have to hold the line here. Nair's going to come through as the res tries to get popped off, and the utilities coming through here from Slimefolk AT could really be the pressure point that is not going to be very happy for Flacco as he gets burnt into a potential crisp. Just holding the line for the time being, but now comes Aper up into the stairs, looking for that contention. Six God goes down. Waden now still alive, but for how long? Up the stairs we go, flying in with an oop and binding two. All of a sudden, Slimefolk AT not on a happy receiving end here of the lead that's being punted at them thanks to Flacco. Masters goes down, and Slimefolk AT,
Yeah, right alongside them. Off they go. Flacco bringing in the clutch play there. Cronboy not so lucky as Marshall just farms even more elimination. Already 15 for the team of Cryptics. Down goes Buden. Flacco now out in the blue. He's not going to make it. A little bit too late with that heal. And good night. Off he goes. It is now up to G3. G3 is getting sent whack. It's going to be Blackjack and Cryptics fighting it out for the winner chicken dinner. Reverb currently just looking for a bit of change there on the floor. Zane setting up that position a little bit further up ahead. The zone getting ready to pop up once again. It is going to be a 3v3 fight to the finish. Up comes the players here from Cryptics. Marshall now cooking up the nades, looking to send them all the way across. Just using this.
Oh! No!
What?
No!
That was insane. Tap, boom! And it is done. Cryptics take the victory as they close up yet another winner chicken dinner, making it their third chicken right here in the Super Weekend. That was insane.
Okay. Yeah. Cryptics coming through with the pinpoint nade of a lifetime, finding the last, well, 1.5 members remaining there of Blackjack Esports. Just beautiful, beautiful sets. And I think Masters is gonna, tap a little bit of that hat nod, as we can say it. Nodding the hat. What am I saying? Anyway, beautiful work coming through. Nate, we love to see it. And Cryptics, I mean, look, they've been quiet for the time being, just unfortunately getting taken out by those third parties that we've been seeing the entirety of today. But coming through in the last match to pick up a winner-winner chicken dinner, and we were waiting for it. Is it going to be a new team, or was it going to be a returning team to just state a little bit of dominance?
Well, they definitely did, right? They just played those zones so beautifully, and they were also just raking in elimination after elimination after elimination. So Cryptics, they came through into this match with quite a point to prove, and that was that they were going to take the chicken, right? Not win it, take it, right? They came in and just blazed through this lobby. I mean, that final play, that was literally a tick, tick, boom. That is all it took for Cryptics to close it up and take that winner chicken. An absolutely beautiful performance coming through there from them, and that is what we wanted to see, right? So we knew Cryptics was gonna add a chicken in at some point, right? And at least, well, they surprised all. They did it today in the final match. So no better time to do that, because we've seen a team like Lusail doing exactly the same thing in the previous Super Weekend. So far, a really good start to the first day of the second Super Weekend. Really some dynamic changes coming through, as we do have new teams joining us and other teams not participating. But that is the beauty of the Super Weekends. Everyone getting a fair and equal opportunity to make their way up in towards the Super Week. Of course, we see what that now results in some really interesting PUBG being played across the board. But that is day one. We still have 2 more days to go, and we're expecting a lot of changes coming through as the teams continue to evolve their gameplay and their skills to try and combat what is happening on that battlefield. But of course, well, before we get too far, we also have a few of the highlights to look at from this past match and some absolutely beautiful plays. So speaking of those, let's hop in and see. Just insane stuff to see once again. And I like looking at what over in towards those Georgia Ball crates, right? It did look like things could be quite challenging for the side there of Cryptics, but they were able to just regain their ground, regroup, re-strategize, and just push through so almost perfectly into the very late stages, and of course claiming that beautiful winner chicken dinner. But of course, as winner chicken dinners, we also have to have a look and see what our match rankings look like, to see how many points the teams brought in and how that then affects our overall standing. So here we go. No surprise to see a 34-pointer being dropped, 19 eliminations being brought in by Cryptics. I think that is the highest amount of eliminations we've seen in a Super Weekend so far.
Yeah, no, I think you'd be on point with that one. Cryptics, once again, I mean, it's been a while since we've seen the 30 points a game, and that's just to, owed to the competition that's been just really, really taking it up a notch. So beautiful work coming through from them to be able to manage that, not only in a match against teams like this, but also in a Super Weekend and on the last match of the second week of Super Weekend. So huge, huge congratulations through from them. So I mean, when you compare that to the rest of the rankings, it looks very lackluster. But again, teams are steadily picking up points, which is what we love to see, especially for the teams that have had it a little bit rough. And I mean, speaking of that, Virtual Gaming and Intruder, of course, being the new teams joining us for the Super Weekend. I'm not sure if today is exactly what Virtual Gaming would have wanted for Intruder. It's really not a bad start. I mean, they're almost, I believe, maybe halfway towards that triple esports point line. So still plenty of opportunities. They still got 2 days. The first day, we're going to give it to them because, I mean, we did that for the rest of the teams. That's sort of tipping your toes into the water. So they've done that now. Tomorrow is going to be where it's at. But those overall rankings might be interesting.
Yeah, I think the overall rankings are going to be quite interesting as we make our way straight up in towards that. Cryptics, of course, sitting on a 262 points. Wow, beautiful lead that they've got there, of course. Team Myth right behind them on 217. G3 still putting in the efforts, trying to catch up. As we can see them sitting on 187, of course, Lusail on 172. And still, Slime now all the way up in towards 8th place with 146. So definitely some strong performances coming through from Slime today. Looking to do quite a few favorable things for them on that leaderboard. And as we look onto the second page, this is where things still look very similar, but also still very close. I mean, there's not a lot of points separating Darkness, Zero Tolerance, Masters, YONKOUS, Blackjack, or even the Super Young Stars. One match can change all of that, but still some valiant efforts being put forth by the players there from Intruder Africa. As we can see, 33 points being brought in today. And then, of course, we got the players from Virtual Gaming sitting on that final page, and they are sitting with about 14 points. So, it's nothing really to be scoffed at. Take into consideration that they are going up against some really tough competition, but we'd love to see Virtual Gaming and Intruder Africa bounce back over the next 2 days, right? They've got more than enough opportunity to make up for those points and look to close those gaps.
Absolutely. And again, it's never an impossible feat. It's just adding that extra little bit of pressure on your back. So again, I want to see more from them. We've seen what they are capable of, just like a glimpse in the league week. And I think they can apply that to the Super Week. And I don't think it's impossible for them to bring that same energy, to bring that same action back into Super Weekend, come back tomorrow and the next day, and really start just leveling up those points, taking those huge leaps on the rankings. Again, they are, like 15 games behind everyone else. So we need to give them some sort of consideration. But it's definitely still possible.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite a big change up coming in from League Play over into Super Weekend. We've seen the change over from teams. They just really take it up so many different notches. So it does take a little bit of time to get accustomed to that rhythm, as we said before. But they'll get there. We did see some good attempts being put forth, and I'm pretty sure they've got a much better idea of how to play the games coming into tomorrow's matches. But still pretty hopeful to see what the teams are going to be bringing in those next days. And of course, speaking about being excited about the next days, we also have to give a few shout outs to our sponsors there. Of course, Mobi, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So big thank you going out to all our sponsors. But of course, with that, we are going to be drawing to the end of our evening here. So we look forward to seeing you all back again tomorrow while we get into even more PUBG Mobile action on our second day of the second Super Weekend. 5 more games rather up ahead. For what will the teams bring? We don't know. Join us to find out. See you all back again tomorrow. Stay safe.